I'm ready.
All right, I'm setting up. All right, everyone, we're broadcasting live.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you to everyone that's joining us virtually for today's special meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. The time is now 6:02. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here in my car driving home.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Counselor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here. Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Here, be careful driving.
Okay, thank you. Tonight is a special meeting to discuss some important topics, to give information, but then also to have a discussion regarding some next steps or plans that we can implement as a team. SB 1 is COVID-19 programs and updates. But before we do that, I need to have a motion to amend or adopt the agenda.
Make a motion, we adopt the agenda.
I'll second that. Motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Mayor Gore to adopt the agenda. Any discussion? Counselor Randolph, you have your hand raised.
Yes, ma'am. I received this agenda at 4:40 or whatever, which did not give me time before I left work to read it. And since I have an hour drive, I still have not been able to. So I don't know what's in the agenda, but I know it's 53 pages long. And if there was anything important when I get home, would somebody please cite the pages or read it since I'm in the car?
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Okay, SB 1 is COVID-19 programs review and updates. So I do want everyone to know I met with the city manager to go over the topics and to draft this out. So some of the items were still being developed from a staff meeting this evening. So you do not have this item in your packet. They just compiled the numbers. So the first item is to talk about the programs that we have implemented that directly impact residents in the city, to discuss the original allocation of the funding, where we are at now with expenditures with those particular programs, and to see if we need to possibly adjust them. I will say that later on in the agenda, we are going to talk about the overall expenditures. I know Councilor Pelham has been asking questions regarding that. So I don't want us to mix up the topics so we can have an efficient meeting. This is specifically to talk about the programs that directly impact residents. So I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Altman for him to do the presentation. And while he's getting set up, I'm going to put the document onto the screen that he just emailed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Holloway. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Thank you. So what you have in front of you, we just is hot off the press this evening after reviewing it and making sure that we had everything in order. And what we have is the first column is what we received in the first round of the COVID funds, the total of $1.9 million roughly. And then what we've spent thus far, what has been committed to be spent, and then the remaining funds. And then round 2 funding, what we have spent to date, what has been committed to date, and the remaining funding. And at the end is a total amount of funds remaining. For most of them, we're if you notice number 2, employee safety, we're actually in the hole there a little bit, and what we have spent and what we anticipated initially to spend with regard to that. And that's dealing with employee PPE, cleaning supplies, additional building cleaning, telework support for employees, things of that nature. We're actually about $68,000 over what we anticipated spending in that category. The safe environment, where we have the school improvements, when we did the shelter to help facilitate sheltering at the high school because of social distancing, with the purchase of a portable generator and a truck to haul that. We've got storage for our COVID supplies. So we were looking to order and install a storage shed out back of recreation, because right now all of our COVID supplies are taking up space within the facility, to include some of the racquetball rooms. The EOC expansion, which was to accommodate social distancing. So when we actually had to open up the EOC this year, typically we're all down huddled in the basement of the fire station. We couldn't do that because of social distancing requirements. So we had to utilize a conference room upstairs, Mr. Rupert's office also. So we couldn't all be in the same place. We found we had some issues with connectivity when we expanded beyond our traditional EOC. So these upgrades will allow for an expanded EOC to accommodate social distancing should we have to operate again in a COVID environment. We've got some building access upgrades to accommodate screening. We did the temperature scanners, sneeze guards in different places, and social distancing improvements to other facilities. We have $300,000 of funding remaining total in this area that we haven't spent yet between the 2 allocations. We have the individual finance programs, which is the one we kind of got started late on. So that's our rent, mortgage, and utility relief programs, our homeless program, and then the citywide PPE distribution. We still have about $710,000 remaining of those funds to spend. This will be a point of conversation later on, and as we're moving forward towards the December 8th meeting with talking to council about the utilization of some of those funds and how we can move forward. We know that we're probably not going to spend all $710,000 between now and the end of the calendar year. We'll do as much as we can, but that's why we have a committed number there, the 245, but we'll need to figure out how we're going to spend. And we actually had a meeting today upstairs in council chambers to look at council chambers and what we might be able to do there should council want to return to in-person meetings. It doesn't look like that space really will be conducive for that. So we're going to have to look at some alternatives, potentially either the Beacon or work with schools on the utilization of maybe the high school auditorium, and then the needs that may come along with that for sound and projection of our information and documents there. So we're having to work through that, but we did meet upstairs today in anticipation at some point in time of council returning. It's very tight, and unfortunately the 6-foot social distancing, even if we put up sneeze guards between everybody's seats, it becomes very claustrophobic and tight to be able to do that. So and we looked at moving people down below. It's just not gonna, the space doesn't really work out for us in a COVID environment. So we'll have some additional expense there as we move forward with coming up with our alternative. But so just be noted that that'll be there. Our small business relief program, that's our recovery program. That's the one program that we have been able to distribute the majority of money. Total council provided $1 million between the 2 rounds. Thus far, we've distributed a little bit more, almost $600,000, $587,000. We've got 413 remaining. We do have some applications pending, which was in council's email Friday night. And if anyone else is going to apply, we'd encourage them to apply. so we can get those funds out to provide relief to our businesses. Then we had funds set aside for the federally mandated sick or quarantine time, where if employees came down with COVID, there was the 14 days that were paid. We have about half of those, a little bit more than half of those funds remaining, which is, knock on wood, fortunate in that we haven't had as much of a run through the city staff as we were concerned in the very outset. So we haven't had to utilize those funds, which, while we haven't used the funds, I will say it's not necessarily a bad thing that we haven't had to use those funds. Then we've got funding available that was made available for our part-time, full-time, overtime hours for those staff members that were dedicated to PPP distribution, our community testing, logistics and planning, our EOC operations. So we've got a little bit, about $57,000 remaining of the total of 170 that we allocated between the two rounds for those funds. Then we have some education and childcare outreach. Those were funded in round 2. We've set aside about $215,000 there. To date, we've spent a little bit more than $163,000, and we've got about $52,000 remaining that we need to spend there. And that went to help support the outdoor classrooms at our schools, the Park and Learn program that we conducted, and then the child care pilot program that we did in conjunction with Recreation in Schools, and then looking at our Wi-Fi in public places. And there we will be able to utilize some of these funds because we haven't had that expense yet. And if I remember, it was probably up in, I think it was in the individual relief, which we didn't list, which was we had funding for our downtown Wi-Fi. So some of those funds will come out of there. But then again, we were successful in our grant application with the state's broadband program, and we're anxiously waiting for the governor to make his announcement so we can make our announcement. But it's good news, as we informed you, that we'll be able to move forward with that in the city. And then we have the contingency funds that council had in the second round of $196,000, of which you committed $100,000 to 50 to City of Refuge and 50 to the food bank. So we have $96,000 of those remaining to expend. We still have, between our funds that have not been spent or committed, we have about $1,600,000 left, $1.6 million. And we need to work towards getting those moving. A lot of those, again, are in that individual relief area, that rent, mortgage, utility program area, which is getting up and running. And we anticipate that we're going to spend some of those funds between now and the end of the year, but obviously probably not $700,000 worth. And we're working on strategies to see if there's a way for us to utilize some funds to help us in the long run. So that's an overview of the budget and where we are. And I know we've got the individual programs, and I believe Ms. Griffin is on the line to where she can walk us through our homeless and our rent and mortgage and utility assistance program. And then Mr. Dane is also with us, can talk about what we're doing from the business recovery program perspective.
Thank you. Counselor Pelham, I see your hand is raised. Can your question wait till they finish your presentation, or is this something you need to ask pertinent for this?
I try to remember. I
Do
mean,
you-
What?
Do you want to ask it now?
Yeah, I was gonna say Ms. Pelham had revealed that she doesn't have her cell phone, so I was gonna ask her to text it to me, but I realized that she can't.
no, can't do that. I wish. No, I can
Okay,
wait.
well,
I'll wait till the end. It's fine. But I'll wait till the end. Why'd you take that away? Okay.
because we're going to do the actual to talk about the actual programs individually, so we can hear the feedback, so we can adjust. All right, it's on the screen now for the homeless report, Ms. Griffin.
Hi, good afternoon. Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, all members of City Council. Hopefully you can hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I've actually had a meeting today with the Catholic Charities and been able to get updated numbers. So I will speak to you from this, what you're looking at now, but I will also be speaking to you based on the numbers that I've received today. So as of today, there are a total of 46 households that have contacted the Hopewell Cares Homeless Emergency Housing Program. Of those 46 households, 16 households have been served. And what that means is that 14 of these households are actually in hotels. Those hotels are either in the city of Hopewell or in the county of Chesterfield along Route 10. One of the households of the 16 have received rapid rehousing, which means they are now in a permanent housing situation. And another household within that 16 are in a veterans housing program because they were a veteran and they were able to have them receive veteran housing from a veterans program outside of the rapid rehousing, which is through St. Joseph's Villa. The remainder 25, and you probably have on your screen the 29 persons, were either unable to serve. Five of those households were outside of the city. And then the 25, these are people that are actually in a home now. They're actually either living with the
Ms.
family.
Griffin, your line started getting muffled, so I don't know if you had adjusted or moved, but it started going wonky.
Yeah, what about now?
Yep, it's the same way.
Okay. So it's muffled, you say?
Oh, now it's better. You go ahead.
Okay. If it continues, please let me know and I will call in and maybe that'll be better. Okay.
Okay, I will.
Can you explain some of the abbreviations though? What's, oh, St. Joseph Villa, okay. Come on.
Okay.
If you say something that with an acronym, just say what it means first.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the SGV probably stands for is St. Joseph's Villa.
Rapid,
Rapid rehousing is the RH.
yes.
Rapid rehousing just means that, it used to be that you would do a comprehensive intake of clients and kind of see where they are and get them housing at some point. The rapid rehousing model it says that immediately the first thing that will be done will be to get that household into housing, and then an intake process will take place after they're actually in housing.
Great.
So 25 households of the 46 that have contacted this program are housed with either a family or a friend. Of the 46, 16 of them we learned that were actually on the street and needed to be in housing. And those are the ones that are either in a hotel, in rapid rehousing, or the veteran housing program. The 25 remaining households are now going to be going through a comprehensive intake process to determine what their needs are, to determine if they can be assisted into a permanent housing situation. Those persons are not actually on the street or out of housing. They're in housing, but they are housed with families or friends.
Okay.
Ms. Cody has provided very detailed information of the clients that she services. I was not going to go into that information, but if you have any questions about what I just went over, I'm happy to answer them for this particular program.
You know what's the last status of the cancer victim?
Counselor Pelham, can we make sure your hand's raised so we don't have everybody just yelling out?
My hand is ready.
Okay, you been called on 1 second.
Okay.
Counselor Pelham, I don't have his status, and he's one of these in this number, but I don't know his status particularly. I can get back to you with that.
Okay.
Okay, and Ms. Griffin, you said you didn't want to go over the personal stories that we have in here, correct?
No, but I think it's very important that you read them and understand just the situation of the persons that we're attempting to help. As you can see, there's very, very detailed, a lot of, it's not just, okay, what housing can we give you, but they have a lot of other issues such as sickness, as you mentioned, the cancer. Some are not employed, several are, some are not. Those that are not, if some of them don't have an ID, so Commonwealth Catholic Charities is walking them through that program of getting them an ID, of having them go through and get Social Security numbers and Social Security income. So there's a lot that is going into trying to provide housing.
Okay.
And Mayor, you have this on the screen, and these were the numbers as of 2 weeks ago. I do have the most updated numbers.
Mhm.
And so I am going to go from that, and I can share my screen if you'd like. If not, I can just speak from the spreadsheet that I have, and these numbers were provided by Commonwealth Catholic Charities today. What you have is what was provided on Friday, but they worked over the weekend to get me new numbers.
Okay. Can the IT director please make you a co-host so that you can share your screen? But in the midst of that, before we go to the mortgage program, I think Councilor Randolph has her hand raised to talk about the homeless program.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're trying to speak, Councilor Randolph, please unmute your microphone. You're still.
Sorry,
Okay.
it's a little more difficult to be fast. I'm stopped right now, so I can ask the question. Tavia, I guess my question is for what you presented so far with CARES. And you kind of answered my question because you said that the numbers were updated as of Friday. How often do we get updated numbers? Is it any specific amount of time? And how different are the numbers from when we talked about this at our last council meeting?
I receive updated numbers on a weekly basis.
Okay, and the last time you presented us the CARES information, how much has that increased since, have the numbers increased with the number of people that we're helping with that? And do you anticipate that those numbers will increase dramatically in the next 2 weeks or more?
For the homeless program, from what I'm hearing from Ms. Cody, who works in the shelter, she's seeing several of the people that are in the hotel now, they were from the warming shelter. Those persons who are housed with families and friends, some of them are new to her. She does not feel like there will be an uptick in the homeless count, but she can't be certain, but she's going from the numbers that she's seen in the shelter from the past 2 or 3 years. And if you're just asking about the homeless, I will conclude there. I do see a difference in the rent and mortgage and utility program. If you want me to go ahead and answer that.
We can go back to that as her microphone's back muted. We can go back to that when we talk about that program. I'll make a note.
Okay.
And did you get access to share your screen?
Yes, let me see if I have that.
And while she's setting that up, is there any other questions regarding the homeless program before we move on to the rent, mortgage, and utility program? Councilor Pelham?
Yeah, we got a report like this before somewhere.
This report is actually included in the Friday's COVID-19 update. The city manager added 3 reports. Yep, this Friday. I think it was anticipation for the meeting, and I think they're going to keep adding this into our updates, but it started on Friday.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor, are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So these are the updated numbers as of November the 13th, which was this past Friday. This is for the rent, mortgage, and utility program. The number of households that have contacted the program are 65. The households served are 49 households in total. 42 of those requests were for rent only. 37 of the 42 have been paid, and 5 of those cases are in process. There's only been one request for mortgage only, and this request is also in process. There have been 12 requests for utilities, and all of those requests have been paid. And then the rent and utility requests, and this was, you can have 3 months, up to 3 months of rent and 3 months of utility paid, and 2 households have requested that, and those 2 are still in process. There were 8 cases that had to be closed. The program provider attempted 5 times to contact these persons. There was no callback or either no email response, and those cases were closed. The amount of funding that has been paid out under the CARES Act is $57,471.93. There's approximately $58,000 left in this first round of CARES money for the rent, mortgage, and utility program. We have not yet received an invoice for this, and we have not received an invoice for the homeless at this time, but I do know that this is the amount of money that has been paid out at this point by Commonwealth Catholic Charities, and we will be reimbursing them.
Thank you. Did you want to answer Councilor Randolph's question in regards to seeing an increase or decrease in the program?
Yes, thank you. So when we first came out with this program, we anticipated that there would be more requests for utilities. I think we had that around 40-some%, and we're actually seeing that most of the requests are for rent. We also are not really seeing, as you can see, there's only 1 request for mortgage. These are steady coming in each week. We do see that there has been a decrease over time, but these numbers and the requests have been steady. In the beginning, we were seeing 15 to 18 households calling during a week, and now it's gone down to like 8 or 10. As you know, we open office hours for those persons who aren't able to communicate via maybe a phone or over the internet. And those office hours are on Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is by appointment only due to COVID, and we are sticking to the 6-foot requirements and all of the other mask requirements for persons that would visit the office hours. And this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm able to answer them for you.
Thank you. Councilor Pullum.
Oh, and then it's open still on Tuesday and Thursday from 10 to 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the number again to call?
The number is 804-215-1107.
1107, same number.
Yes. And you would just let whoever answers the phone, let them know why you're calling, which program, and that you are requesting an appointment.
Okay. And the other question I had is that when you print this out for us, because we didn't get this right.
No, ma'am. These are numbers as of Friday, so you did not get the most updated numbers.
When you give us this in our boxes, can you put the amount remaining? And that's the amount of remaining from both groups, gifts for 1.9 from the first beginning and the second half, right?
This is just from the first half, and I apologize that is blank. Yes, I will add that. I apologize for leaving that blank. Yes, ma'am.
And how are we getting information out to those that need utility? Because I can't believe the utility request is that low as well, because people I know are behind in their utilities terribly. But
this is the flyers that have been going out and the information that has been going out. It has the rent, mortgage, and utility are all on the same flyer. So if someone is seeing the rent and the mortgage, they're also seeing the utility at the
Right.
same.
I'm just saying, where did the flyers go? Where they placed?
Yeah, so the flyers are in our public facilities. They're also on our Facebook page. We sent the flyer to all of the churches in the city and posted it also on our pages that are not just on the city's Facebook page, but also on the police, the fire, and also the recreation and parks.
You mailed them to the churches or you emailed?
Those that had emails, we emailed them and we mailed them. So everyone got a physical flyer in the mail, and those who have email also received the email.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
There are no other hands raised at this time. I do have a point of clarity. So in regards to the chart that Mr. Altman had put up, I think between the homeless program and the rent, mortgage, and utilities program, it's $709, almost $710,000 remaining. Correct.
For both phases or one?
I think it's for both phases, but I want to make sure that number is correct.
I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Altman.
So those funds are inclusive of those programs, but not, there are some other items in there. Like, I think that's where we had the downtown Wi-Fi piece, which is 400 grand. So we have to, we're gonna have to account for that I don't see right now. So that's gonna take that number down significantly, but not completely.
Okay, so then Ms. Griffin, for the homeless program, if you can, counting both sets of allocations, how much roughly do you think is remaining for the homeless program?
Yes, I've prepared a graph for that, so I'm going to share that now.
Okay, thank you.
This graph that says colorful.
I can see it.
All right. So just to walk you through this, and we're looking at where it says at the top, it says CARES Act 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
I don't see that.
It's in black at the top where it says fund on number 5.
Okay.
Okay, so CARES Act 1 is what we're talking about now for this particular homeless program. And the grant amount was $145,890.50 from the entire CARES Act funding just for the homeless program. This was the same amount for the rent, mortgage, and utility program. In total, for both of those programs together, it was 100, if you go all the way down to the bottom, $145,890.50. Administration cost was $29,000. Direct services were $116,000, $712.40. So thus far, this program has spent $57,000 of this $145,890.50. I have not received,
or actually in administration only,
no ma'am, in direct services.
meaning they get their services paid, their rents paid.
Yes. So when I gave you the amount of 58,000, that was 58,000 from the 116,712.40. Do you see that where it says direct services? This is the same amount that was provided for the rent, mortgage, and utility program. I have not received to date actual invoices from the homeless program. I do know that of those that we have housed in hotels, those hotel stays are $50 to $60 a night. And I will work to get a final cost as of this week of how much we have spent in those hotels. But I don't have that number tonight. I only have the number from the rent, mortgage, and utility.
So amount remaining.
So the amount remaining, and I'm just speaking from what has been allocated, the
Mhm.
amount in contracts, okay? The amount remaining for the homeless program is the total 145, 890, 50 that has been contracted with Commonwealth Catholic Charities. And for the rent, mortgage, and utility program, it's $58,000 remaining of of their 116. So let me,
Can you put the rent one up, because since this is not, yeah.
give me 1 second.
Mhm.
Okay. So it should say at the top, rent, mortgage, and utility payment assistance program.
Yes.
We have thus far, and let me make sure that I can get this to work. Give me 1 second. We have spent 57, 471. Let me make sure my number is correct. Yes, we have spent $57,471.93 for the 16 homes that we just, for the 49 rent, mortgage, or utilities that we have paid out.
Mhm.
And so for that program, remaining is the balance here, 59,240.47.
Mhm. So you won't have a clear picture of what's remaining for the homeless until you get those numbers, and those two numbers combined is how much we have remaining until the end of the year for the CARES Act funding.
That is how much we have remaining for the end of the year that has been contracted. I know that you had a larger number that Mr. Altman gave of $740 thousand. That all of that has not been contracted with Commonwealth Catholic Charities. What has been contracted is the funding that you see on the screen now.
So when you say the part that's not contracted, so we have another portion of the program that hasn't been contracted out for a vendor. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying right at this point. Yes, ma'am.
And remember, the 700,000 is inclusive of the 400 approximately thousand for downtown Wi-Fi. So
Okay. So,
that takes a chunk of that money out of play, which we have contracted for, but doesn't include the other money that we received from the broadband grant.
so taking Wi-Fi out, is there another contractor that's pending for the rent, utility, or the homeless program?
No.
Okay. So speaking of these two programs specifically, you have 59,000 remaining for the rent, mortgage, and utility. Then you have whatever number is going to pan out for when you get the receipts for the homeless. Those two numbers together is total for the end of the year regarding these two specific programs.
That's correct.
Okay. So then the $710 or $9,000 that's in there, that's comprised of Wi-Fi and other items. Okay. So this seems like we're on track with this.
Just to add, Mayor, if I can, that 59,000 is for direct services. It does not include the amount remaining for admin. Just for clarity. So admin, you have around 30,000. That's that 29,178.10. That's yellow. You would combine that, so that's like 90,000 all in total from the 145.
So we're looking at $90,000 left over roughly just for this one program.
Yes.
Okay.
And 59 of that is direct services.
All right. All right. Any other, Councilor Pelham?
My initial question was the part that Mr. Altman presented. Instead of having a total number like the 709, where you delineated and spelled out each category, can you put in parentheses what each of those subtitles cost?
Yep.
Equals
We can
up
do that.
Yeah, that would. give me more sense, direction. What, and so we spending the Wi-Fi from the $3.8 million.
So we did, our initial proposal to get Wi-Fi moving was a downtown Wi-Fi project to target areas here and then to try to get over towards why am I drawing?
Both Davisville and Thomas Rock Court.
But the other full range right here, probably Porter Street.
What was that one called?
You talk the high rise,
Yes, ma'am.
the pack, we call it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so to try to get to those, to serve those areas.
Chip is
It was
belong.
about Kipax, that's right, Kipax Tower, to try to serve those areas with Wi-Fi. And now, of course, we applied to the broadband grant and we've received some money, then that's going to help us expand further out to the city. But we've got about $400,000. It's more than 400. I don't remember the exact number. 400. So let's just say $450,000 cost to do just the first phase, which was the downtown piece in CARES Act money. So we'll delineate all that out for you by project.
When you say Portrait Street, does that go all the way down to Heritage Gardens?
No, just downtown.
Okay.
Just downtown.
Okay. We'll go back to that, Councilor Palm, put the screen back up. Is there any other questions regarding the rent, utility, and mortgage program? So, Ms. Griffin, what date did we start this on roughly? I'm trying to think in my head because it was like September was when we passed it, correct?
Yes, the program began October 5th.
October 5th. So in 1 month, roughly, a little over, you spent that much. And so we have like another month to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I mean, if it stays on trend, then you shouldn't have a problem with expending those funds except for those administrative costs. What are those for?
Administrative cost is for the persons that are implementing the program, the workers that are seeing the clients and implementing the program.
So with the ones that they've already done, they don't have any administrative costs deducted already?
They do, but they have not sent us an invoice for that. What
Okay.
we've been keeping track of thus far is how much has been spent and paid out in rent or mortgage or utility payments.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
And we know that that cost is definitely going to be there when we have these office hours, Tuesdays and
Right.
Thursdays.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would encourage any member of council who knows someone that may need some help to make sure we send them our way, because we want to make sure that while we have these funds, that we can get as much of that out to the people in need in the community as we can. So we don't want to certainly have to give any of this money back if we don't have to. So, in addition, just push it out on your social media platforms that you have. If you have an email list, letting people know to call that number and to set up an appointment to come to those office hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
We will.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Any other questions? Yes,
I have
ma'am.
a question to Ms. Griffin, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Griffin, once a person applies or application has been received and they do not have all of their information, what's the timeline they're giving to get the information to you?
They have been given from what I have seen and talking to the program directors, they have been given at least 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks to get the information. There were some people, most everyone that the cases were closed were persons that requested funding the first week that it was open, that week of 10/5. On the spreadsheet that I have, and I get it, like I said, I get a spreadsheet every week. So I'm able to see the new numbers that come in each week. And all of those were from 10/5. And those cases were just closed last week. didn't see anyone that was in progress after the week of 10/5 where cases have been closed.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And ask the court, Max, another question too. Who determines, some of the cases that I work with said that if they were behind in their rent 3 months, who's determining whether or not they get 1, 2, and 3 months payment? It's like one lady says you only paid 2 months when she was behind 3. Who's the determining factor that the person, Miss Code, what's her name? Miss Coda?
Ms. Cody actually works with the homeless population. And so that wouldn't have been her. But I can't speak to that particular case, but I can say that the person has to provide documentation showing that they lost wages, were reduced hours, or for some reason COVID related, that they cannot meet the utility or the rent. Also, it cannot go before a March 16th date. And so either of those two things would be the reason why. I'm not sure, like I said, that particular case that you're speaking of, but that would be the reason why if they were denied, 1 month instead of, the whole 3 months.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions regarding this? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. I'll put back on the screen the presentation for Mr. Dane. The packet. All right. All right, it should be on the screen now.
There it is. Okay, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Members Council, you can see before you a list of those businesses approved thus far through the Small Business Recovery Program grant that we've had in place. If you could, Madam Mayor, if you could scroll down to the list a little bit. We've had a total of 103 applications. 100 of them have been approved. Only 3 have been denied. And we've given out $510,000 thus far. We have one pending, and we have several that are not complete. The pending one's been processed, and we're waiting for clarification on one item. The not complete, something was short on their application that we needed from them, and we've asked for it, and we have not gotten it back. So you can see there's I didn't count them, but it's somewhere around 12 or so not complete applications that we're waiting for. If they submit and the information that is lacking, they would be approved as well. We've only denied 3. One was delinquent on taxes. I'm sorry, 2 were, and then 1 was not eligible because they were a nonprofit. We did just receive another application today that we haven't even begun the process yet. So we're working on that. One other thing that we've done in this program, one of the things we keep hearing from our businesses is they're not sure how they're going to survive. People aren't coming to them. How do they, they're having trouble reaching out to people and letting them know that they're serving food on the takeout, or they change their hours, whatever. They're having trouble reaching their people. And we talk to them about how they're marketing, because they need to market differently if their situation has changed. And a lot of them can't afford to do any marketing. They don't really have a marketing plan in place. So we worked with a couple of consultants, and we've instituted a marketing program that we sent out. Council received a notice of it last week, but we sent it out to our whole list of 700 or 800 businesses in town, and told them that the first 40 who qualified would be admitted into the program, and they will actually get sit down FaceTime with 1 or 2 consultants that we've hired, who will look at what marketing plan they have in place, help them figure out the best way to market their product or their services or whatever, and help them implement a different marketing strategy to try to maximize their business. So we opened up applications on Friday morning was when it first opened, after we did some informational Zoom meetings earlier in the week. And we've received 16 applications already, and we're processing them currently. We hope that the consultants will actually be sitting down with the businesses on or about December 1st, starting to work out their plan. So just another effort we're making to try to help our local businesses be successful. Hope they can survive this COVID crisis and come out on the back end in a positive fashion. So I'll answer any other questions anybody has, but that's all I had of additional information.
All this y'all
Thank
present will be
Thank
placed
you,
in our
Mr.
box.
Day, for your presentation. You have a question, Councilor Powell?
I'm sorry. Yeah, all this y'all presenting will be placed in our boxes.
I'm sorry, repeat that, Ms. Pelham. I didn't hear you.
We get a copy of all this things that we've been shown tonight.
We can make sure copies of the information are provided in your box. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I thought what I just, this page, I
This was
thought.
given out on the Friday. This was added to the Friday COVID update. That's where I pulled it from.
I mean, we just get that. So,
No, what I'm saying is the report for the homeless, the report for the rent, mortgage and utility, and then the report for the business information was included in Friday's COVID update. We don't usually get them in that update, so you wouldn't have known to check it, but you have it in the email from Friday. And we'll make sure everybody gets a packet to you in their mailboxes. But I'm just saying, FYI, just check the COVID update.
and one question is Hampton Inn, why is Hampton Inn considered a small business if they're a chain group?
Ma'am, we do not include chains if they're corporately owned, but a lot of the hotels are franchised. They're owned by individual lives in the community. And we did include them. So we've checked that as we went through the process. If they were a corporate owned entity or restaurant or hotel or whatever, we would not allow them in the program. We would deny them. And we would consider them not eligible. But if they were franchised where they're actually owned locally, we would include them.
Okay.
Councilor Parton.
Mr. Dane or Mr. Altman, as we're getting closer to near the end of the year, one of the things that we had talked earlier about this year was if there's still money available as we get closer to this deadline of spending this money, if there might be something that we can do to help some of our local nonprofits. Is that something that's still feasible to do?
Mr. Altman, you want to answer that, or?
Yes, sir. We will be coming back to you at your December meeting. We'll have a better idea of where we are with expenses, and obviously we're going to have things that we feel we're going to need to still maintain, like the programs Ms. Griffin talked about. And then we'll have a delta that we don't think we're going to be able to spend that we're going to bring back to council and say, this is an opportunity to look at these funds. And if there's something you want to do, we'll have some ideas on how we can expend it, because we want to make sure we capture as much of it as possible to utilize. But yes, there will be an opportunity at the December 8th meeting to kind of have that conversation as to how we can help. If you want to, obviously already y'all have provided funds to City of Refuge and to the food pantry. But if there's a desire to help some other nonprofits in the city, that will be an opportune time to have that discussion.
One other thing I'd like to point out too, though, is the funding we've given out thus far on the small business grant. That's helped some of these people from the impact of the last 6 or 8 months of being closed or being greatly reduced in their traffic. But with all the talk of possible shutdowns further, or at least tightening of the restrictions, we may be looking in December of maybe distributing some or all of this remainder in the small business program to these same businesses who have applied, add more to what they've already received, because they may be facing another 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 months before things start to return to anything resembling normal. So that's one of the things we're trying to weigh also. What we don't want to decide too quickly, because we want to see where this progresses. It certainly looks like we're getting a second wave nationally. And so we just want to be cautious and make sure our businesses are able to survive this long term. So it's a conversation we've been having internally.
Thank you. That was going to be my follow-up question for that. Thank you. I'm done.
And I would just add to tag team on top of that, do not hesitate to contact Congressman McEachin, Senators Warner and Kane, to see if there's any opportunity to have the December 30th deadline extended. As we all know, this will not magically stop on December 30th, and our citizens are going to need the benefit of some of these programs beyond December 30th. And I think it would behoove everyone involved to have the deadline extended. So feel free to reach out to your congressional delegation individually, or we can try to do it as a whole. I know that myself, I think Mr. Dane, I think maybe possibly the mayor participated in some conference calls with Congressman McEachin, where we've extended that to him. Prince George was in the call and agreed with us. And I believe we mentioned it to Senator Warner when he was here in town a few months back, that would be something that we would like to see. So do not hesitate, because I think it's in everyone's interest, because it's not going to stop. And as we all know that, and it would be horrible to have a program cease to provide assistance because of an arbitrary date that was chosen.
I would also add to everyone, you have a list there, and again, we'll put this in your boxes over in the clerk's office tomorrow. But look at the list of businesses. If you know a business owner who has not participated, the bar they have to reach to be able to participate is a pretty low bar. They had to be in business prior to COVID starting on March 13th or 17th. They have to have a active valid business license, City of Hopewell business license, and they can't owe any back taxes or fees. That's all. If they meet that criteria, then they can receive either $5,000 or $10,000 depending upon the number of employees they have. So we want our businesses to get this money. So if you know somebody on the list if you know somebody who's not on the list who is a local business that meets our criteria, please have them contact us. We've sent multiple flyers out now. We're probably going to send one more postcard out in the next few days or a week or so to let them know one more time that there's still money left. But we certainly want to give this money away to businesses to help them, combat the effects of the pandemic.
Thank you. One thing I will say is there was an item I had on the agenda called Cities Are Essential. That is the resolution that was drafted by National League of Cities, and they're asking all of the member cities to adopt it so they can send it to the member of Congress. So we have the same message, and the whole heart of that is talking about making sure that local governments get direct funding for the extension of the CARES Act, but then also to do the HEROES Act and all the rest of the money that Congress is deliberating. So there is a template that we can use to submit to Congress in regards to keeping the funding or making some adjustments so we can use it past the end of the year. Councilor Denton, you had your hand raised. Your microphone is muted unless you lowered your hand, so I'm going to assume that you didn't.
Yeah, you all answered my questions pretty well. I just was wondering if there had been a rumor of extending the date for this to the end of the year. I was hoping that I had heard a rumor that it was going to be extended, but I have not heard any facts. So you all have answered it, and I thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Mr. Dane, the consultant and the other funds, are you using as part of the 1 million to supplement? I'm only asking because do you think that we'll be, I know you said that if we don't use it, then you consider bringing it back to council for us to do a second allocation. But is there anything else in regards to what the consultant can provide and that we might be able to take from this 1 million?
If we have any ideas, I'm sure that, I mean, these are marketing consultants we're dealing with. So if it was marketing related, I'm sure they'd be willing to help. But yes, you see the number here is 510 processed so far, but the number of that Mr. Altman showed on the expenditures is higher than that. That includes that money for the consultant to their use. But yeah, I mean, we'll in December come forward and with an updated number, and we'll entertain whatever council desires to get to the finish line here. Hopefully by December we'll hear of an extension and we won't be so rushed. But if we're not, we'll figure out how to make it happen.
So there is the distance with trying to think about how to market differently versus having, the reason maybe my question wasn't clear. You know how the tourism department for the state does the annual marketing money where they give you funds to help you, market your tourism, your district, or whatever it is that you want to do in regards to tourism.
Yes,
is this consulting assistance just giving them technical assistance, or is there an element where they might get some funds to help promote marketing, like in regards to purchasing ads or something of that nature, graphic design, or I don't know. I'm just saying, is this technical assistance at this time?
Well, it's a little beyond technical, but it's mostly technical. What they're doing, one of the deliverables they have to have is for each business that they work with, they will develop a hard copy marketing plan based on their conversations and all, so that business has something to hold on to and work from moving forward in the future. And we'll get a copy of all those as well as a deliverable at the end of the process. But that's not to say that in December, if there's money left here, that, and let's say we get 40 businesses that participate in this, maybe we decide that we give each of them $5,000 or something towards their marketing efforts. So there's certainly options that we could look at like that. I'm anxious to use it for the businesses, so that may be a good, valid way to do it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Holloway, I think you were about to ask a question.
This question is directed to Mr. Dane.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon completing an application, what are some of the documentations that are required so that
Well, they fill out a one-page application, but they also have to give us a copy of the business license. They have to show evidence that they were operational prior to March 1st, because you could have a business license and not have done any business. And we've had discussions with people like that. And even if it's an invoice for materials they bought or something prior to that March 13th or 17th, I forget the date with it not in front of me. So we work with them and find a way to establish that, yes, they were at an active business when COVID started. And if they meet that criteria and they have paid their taxes and fees, then they're eligible and we push them through. Now, we'll tell you there's been some who were short in one area or something. Maybe they had a tax bill due or something. We have told them, you get that straight with the treasurer's office, get up to date, then come back to us and we'll put you in the system. And several people have done that. So we're working with them, trying to accommodate them as much as possible and help them meet the criteria that we have.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions regarding the business service program? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Dane. Going back up to SB2, that was the COVID expenditures conversation as well. So we have to look at if there's opportunity to reallocate funds in other areas. So just really quickly, Mr. Altman, I know we don't want to have the conversation now. We wanted to frame it to the end of the meeting to not get into number crunching. But while council is looking at this information, what parts of which categories off the number list that you gave us do you think we could possibly look at pulling money from? Because total remaining, the biggest part is the individual relief programs, but truthfully, that's part of that is the Wi-Fi, and we are going to be moving forward with that program. The second highest amount is the business services relief, and we just discussed that and other options. So where do you think there might be opportunity besides the contingency line?
So I think there's going to be some opportunity in both of those categories, depending upon how much we get in additional grant applications for the small business program. Where we are right now, over the next 30 days, we're going to be able to spend some of that money, but I doubt we're going to be able to spend all of those funds. I'd like to be able to spend all of them, but I don't know that it's going to be realistic. Obviously, the individual financial relief area, taking out our, accounting for our city downtown Wi-Fi project, that's going to take a large chunk of those funds away. And hopefully we will have more people show and request funding for the rent, mortgage, and utility relief programs that we have, and we'll spend out some of that down. But I don't know that we're going to get to that 700 number for sure. And then the last piece, we're going to have some dollars up in the safe environment, although we will have to look at some of those dollars for any improvements that we need to make, whatever space we're going to be in when we go to potentially look at bringing council back together for in-person meetings. So whether that's, say, at the Beacon or at the high school, we need to investigate those options to see what we need to get. But those are probably the three areas that obviously we can look at. Taking into account an employee safety up top, we're already in the hole there. So that's going to balance out, let's say, with some of the 15,000 in community response, but also with the employee, we also have some additional expenses that we know are going to be coming through that we haven't accounted for yet in the education / childcare area. That's going to draw those figures down. So if you want to look at those, and we'll get, as Mrs. Pelham asked, the itemized breakdown and see where we are and adding those additional expenses in to give you a better idea of where we are and what we might have. And again, there is contingency that you have. It's still at 96,000 that we can look to do some things with. And then we're going to be developing some alternatives. And we've been approached unfortunately, by other groups that, after most of us in the region had made our allocations for what we planned on doing, D19 is in need of some assistance. I know PART has asked for for the region to look at providing some CARES funds if they could to help with a marketing program. So we've got some other governmental type entities that have asked for some assistance. Oddly enough, I don't think the regional jail has asked for anything at this point in time. But then there's also other issues of, do we look at providing hazard pay to our first responders who have been out in the field dealing with COVID cases directly? Can we utilize, and we can utilize funds to offset public safety salaries? So those are some things that we'll look at, and as part of all of this, to bring back to council on the 8th. And then of course, I'd hope that council would look at ideas that y'all may have that we can all discuss on the 8th, because that will be our last meeting. We need to put some things in place. And hopefully we'll have all our money spent, or by that time we'll have some indication from Congress if they're willing to move this deadline for us, which would be very welcome.
Okay. So the next item that we have on the agenda, I'm going back to it, I'm sorry. Goes into the COVID-19 health equity and increase in COVID-19 testing. The reason why this was on here is because our health district has been elevated again to substantial community spread. That doesn't reflect Hopewell necessarily, but that is our health district. And to talk about the rest of PPE distribution and other factors. So We have this organized under the issue section for the topics in order. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Altman to address the items, and I'll pitch in whenever needed.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the things that we've been discussing as staff, and we knew that when we did our first round of PPE distribution throughout the community, we did a citywide house-to-house distribution during the summer, was that we have enough supply on hand to do a second round. And we wanted to, we figured as we got into the fall and closer to the winter months that it might be the best time to do another round of distribution. So we met actually this afternoon to discuss that. We will be looking at, as opposed to doing door to door as we did the first time, we're looking at doing some drive-through options. So choosing some locations within the community to have drive-through events where people could come and pick up PPE, and they can open the door, pop the trunk, we'll just put it in there, close it, and then they can drive off. Right now, we're looking to try to have maybe 3 or 4 locations that provide an opportunity to hit large areas of the community, and also have the ability to stack a significant number of cars in a through lane. So we're looking potentially at obviously the high school, which could serve wards 3, 4, and 5. Looking at Harry E. James, potentially that could service 6 and 7. And then maybe either the community center, which we may have some logistical challenges with, but certainly looking at Carter G, which has the bus loop that possibly could service wards 1 and 2. Certainly we would need to coordinate with the school system to make sure that no one is there, won't interfere, and what we're talking about doing wouldn't interfere with any of their operations. But looking to do those and get that information out to people. We'll be utilizing putting masks and hand sanitizer in again, and additionally some information probably on the Code Red sign up, so we can get more people signed up for that notification system. I don't know if any of you got your Code Red message today about our testing event on Wednesday. So that went out earlier today, both in text and in a voicemail to everybody. So we want to utilize that system. We're also looking at, when we get there, we'll advertise the event through our social media, our web page, word of mouth. Hopefully we'll have a flyer developed that we'll send out to council. And I think we'll again reach out to the church, the faith-based community here in the city, and provide them information, and also try to hit some of our business locations to make sure as many people are notified as possible. So we're looking to do this probably in the middle part of December between the 2 holidays. Next week being Thanksgiving is pretty much a non-week, but then we'll have to gear up, start making stuff in the bags and getting them ready. We'll also work with HRHA to make sure that we can provide them PPE, and then they can hand out door to door through their staff to their properties, and work with some of the other apartment complex communities in the city to make sure that it's available to them, and the owners or the managers can come and pick it up and deliver it to within the community itself. And then we can concentrate on having the drive-throughs. And we're looking at some of the locations we're looking at, because in some areas where we may have Carter G, we may switch that to say Cavalier Square, because we know there is a bus stop at Cavalier Square. So that way people who don't have their own form of transportation could ride the bus and come and pick up PPE and then go back home. So we're trying to take all that into consideration as we move forward with looking at our locations. Again, we had our first, we've been talking about it through email last week, had our first in-face person meeting today, and we'll continue to develop the plan. And as we finalize that plan, we will let council know so we can start letting the community know. But again, we're targeting probably the middle of December, either, the 7th through the 18th, sometime in that time frame for the distribution effort. Testing, we're doing weekly testing here in the city. We've utilized the private vendor a couple of times lately, in addition to utilizing the health department. So last week's testing on the 12th was a health department event. This week will be our private vendor. We've put together a flyer. We've sent that out on our social media and our city's webpage, and we've emailed that. I emailed the testing flyer out to council Friday in your COVID email. I'm going to send it out again tonight. So again, I'd encourage everybody, if you have a social media or email list, put it on your email list and send it out. Right now, we've been averaging somewhere in the neighborhood of about, say, 35 city residents at the testing events, and total tested in those events, we're probably averaging maybe around 50 that we've had thus far. So that I think, you know, we're offering it to everyone. It's free, as is any of the other testing that people can take advantage of at a Patient First, or I know Patient First and Better Med and Rite Aid and Colonial Heights, they're all doing the testing for free. So we may be having some citizens that are taking advantage of that, depending upon when they feel they need to have a test versus when our testing event is going to occur. And then we'll have, I don't know that we'll be able to squeeze in a testing event next week with Thanksgiving, but then we'll be back running the week of the 30th, trying to get a testing a week until we get to Christmas, and then rounding out the year with that last week, having a final testing event while we still have our CARES money available to us. The mayor had mentioned that the Crater Health District is in a status of substantial community spread. We are one of the few communities in, knock on wood, in the Tri-Cities area that is not having as high of a case number as our friends in Petersburg, Prince George, Colonial Heights, Dinwiddie. They are seeing a higher level of cases than we are. We're averaging about 4 cases a day. Additionally, we're currently, I don't have tonight's numbers, but we were at, actually, I do have tonight's numbers. Let me spin around real quick. Sorry for the dead air. I'm trying to log into my other computer, and I keep having an issue.
While he's doing that, I have on the screen what was given to us on Friday in regards to the health district as a whole's numbers. And then underneath that, it has the breakdown of Hopewell's testing in the chart the city manager provided to us.
So we are currently at 573 cases. I believe what where we're at. Hold on, let me make sure that's not 537 cases. If I didn't transpose a number.
No, because there was another one, we was at 566. So
we're at 573 cases. We're still at unfortunately, 8 fatalities as a result of COVID. And I don't have the updated number on hospitalizations, but as of Friday, we were at 43. We're looking, and there's the issue that you kind of get into is you start looking at the data that the health department has on their webpage on the state level. And some items they do the 7-day positivity rate, which is on the screen here. And then other items they're looking at a 14-day positivity rate. So they're not really doing apples to apples across the board. And I know some of the school metrics that web page that they've set up uses a 14-day positivity rate versus a 7-day. Our 7-day positivity rate, and there is a link on the web page, we're at about 7.2 in the city of Hopewell. So we're below the health district as a whole. And as you can see, there's some communities around us that are not faring as well. And I will point out for everybody that looks at the Prince George number and wonders why that's so high. Well, you have the regional jail, 2 federal prisons, and Fort Lee, and those numbers are all counted as part of Prince George's numbers. And there's been a couple of instances at the 2 federal prisons and then one at the jail where there were some outbreaks of cases, and then Fort Lee had some too. So they're contributing to the increased number in that Prince George has. But we're faring pretty well, I think, in the region when you look at our numbers. And we've been fortunate. And I think our folks, and I will say in the city, I see a lot of people that are practicing those simple measures that we've all been advocating from the very beginning, wearing your face mask while you're out in public. So I see a lot of people at the grocery store that are doing that. Everyone's socially distancing while you're out. So I would encourage our community and our citizens to continue to do that, particularly as these numbers rise across the country and in Virginia. If we can practice those simple things, keeping that mask on, social distancing, washing your hands, I think we can hopefully avoid a large spike here in the city. But again, if people are feeling that they're symptomatic, please attend a testing event. And while we understand that testing event is a point in time test, but if you feel that you're having symptoms, we would certainly encourage our citizens to attend the event, not put it off to another event, but take advantage of it while you can, and come out on Wednesday evening. If you can't get there, certainly there are other options within the region that are free, but we would encourage our citizens to make sure that they're tested if they're feeling symptomatic, and if they are, to make sure that while they're waiting the results, they do quarantine themselves from everyone else, to take into account that we need to keep everybody safe, and that's part of keeping everyone safe is doing all the right things.
And then the last thing is in regards to the governor's new statewide restrictions. Do you want to that from the top level?
Yeah, the governor announced on Friday, and in tonight's COVID update that's going to go out to council, there will be copies of the amended Executive Order 63 and 67, where the governor adjusted the total number of people that could be at a gathering back down to 25, both in and outdoors. Also, the mandatory face coverings in public. So I would suggest that we'll try to break that down for everyone as to what they did, and the mayor has the press release here that hit the highlights. Unfortunately, in some of the highlights, a few things were then corrected later, which are churches and schools were exempted. So that wasn't initially there, and there's some items that we're going to have to look at with relationship to sporting events as we move forward. We've got the traditional basketball season, youth basketball season, rec season upon us, and that's at this point not looking good, but we're going to have to go through and look at this a little bit more in depth. And unfortunately, when he made the announcement on Friday, the amended executive orders were not readily available on his webpage to get out and start looking at, but we have them today. So we are looking at that reduced cap. And, one of the things that immediately that affects here in the city is the Beacon Theater. Initially, we had to close the theater. It's been reopened, and we've had 250 people, and they've gone through and actually marked the seating that you can have. But now that we're back down to 25, we're starting to have to cancel shows again, because it's just doesn't make financial sense to have an act come in to have a very nice and quaint concert with 25 people. So we're having to move through those. And here's the amended 63 with regard to the face coverings to be worn in indoor public spaces. So those people that weren't wearing them to go in the grocery store, and I will give our local business community a great deal of credit. A lot of them have signs posted on the front door, no mask, you can't enter. So I think our local businesses, for the most part, have done a great, put forth a great effort to uphold and make sure that they're doing their part to ensure that not only their employees, but those patrons that come in those businesses are also safe. So thank you to our business community for really taking a step and helping us get that message out, and the state health department to get that message out. And I know some people have a lot of concern over, say, if there's going to be any lockdown or anything of that nature. Certainly, I can't sit here this evening and predict what the governor may do in an executive order. From a staff perspective, we don't have any plans at this point in time of recommending a lockdown, and I don't know that we could do that unless individually as a community, unless the state did something before we did. But I have not heard any discussion, just to kind of, if anyone's concerned about that, I have not heard of any discussion at this point in time from the state level of suggesting that there be a Commonwealth-wide lockdown on people. So I don't believe that would happen. I know everyone is trying to be very cautious around the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, that you don't have a super spreader event outbreak because you had Thanksgiving. So just be very mindful and protect yourself and your family, and do the best you can. I know from our family's perspective, we're going to be operating within the small bubble of people that we've been interacting with from a family perspective on Thanksgiving, and keeping it limited to that. We're not going to have the big family event where we used to have, cousins and stepbrothers and stepsisters and all that. It's going to be a very small core event. So keep that in mind as everyone makes their plans, and just, be smart about it, and do the 3 other simple things that we're all taught to do when we were little, which is wash your hands, wear that mask, cough in your arm, sneeze in your arm, those simple things, and help protect each one during the holiday season.
And the last thing, Mr. Altman, that we talked about, people were asking about city events for the holidays.
Yes. So unfortunately, it'd be pretty impossible for us to manage a socially distanced Christmas parade, and particularly now, we were, thinking about our tree lighting ceremony when it was the 250 people and how that might be able to happen. But now at 25 people, it's going to be pretty much impossible to do a tree lighting, and we're not going to be able to do a traditional parade. However, Mr. Reed Miller and his staff have been pretty creative, and I think over Thanksgiving they started to show that creativity with having the decorating contest. So they're going to have we're having a home Christmas light decorating contest, 2 categories. I think the traditional, or we can call maybe conservative view, and then as I think. I think Mr. Dane would agree, we have a certain number of people in the community that kind of like to do the Christmas vacation style lighting. So we're going to have 2 categories for that. There's information on our Recreation and Parks and Recreation webpage about that event. We're looking at doing a reverse parade this year. So instead of having the floats drive through the city, we're looking at having the floats stationary, socially distanced, and having people drive around the floats. So kind of imagine Virginia Beach or up in Caroline at the state fair location where they have the light shows that you drive through. So we're looking to do that. We don't have a date on that yet that I'm aware of, but we're looking towards that to see if we can get interest in the community to have a stationary float, if you will, and do a reverse parade as a way just to still have the community outreach and effort and spirit, Christmas spirit, but just have to do it in a little bit different way this year than we have in the past. And so we'll have more details on those items as they come forward, but we're trying to make an effort not to just, quote, as our friends in the Progress Index said, quote, cancel Halloween. Well, we're not trying to, quote, cancel Christmas. We don't think that you can cancel Christmas or Halloween or Thanksgiving, but we're just trying to find ways to do the community events that we know that our citizens in the community have come to expect and attend each year in a little bit different fashion. So our tree,
if I may, we didn't update you today, but Parks and Rec has had a difficult time getting participants or excitement about the reverse parade. So now we're looking at maybe amping up our Santa Claus on the fire truck thing, because you can do that while staying in your bubble as he rides through the community. We're looking at amping that up some. So we're still looking at options, but it looks like the reverse parade we may not be able to pull that off.
No. So that's disappointing, but hey, businesses in the community and people in the community that are out there listening, let's get some interest going, because it would be nice to be able to do that for our community this year and show that community, that Christmas and community spirit. But I appreciate your update, Mr. Dane. And I know that the Santa Claus effort with the fire department is always well received with them. So we can get, make that a little bit more of an emphasis this year. And our tree will be, you correct me, Mr. Dane, I think our tree will go up. We're looking to start setting it up after the 7th of December.
Yeah, we will know more tomorrow. We may have another filming activity in the city, and maybe in the plaza in front of City Hall, around the 1st through the 4th. And we would start the following Monday, get the tree up within a couple of days after that. So that's the tentative plan right now, but we'll know definitively from I say movie, it's actually a TV series that's filming in this region. It's a Kevin Durant story that's filming in the Richmond area. They've looked at some slates this morning with us about 7 o'clock until about 9 o'clock. I think they've found 3 or 4 that they like. So we expect to hear something tomorrow from them. And if so, the tree will go up on the 7th. If they decide they're not going to film here, the tree will go up the week of Thanksgiving. So we're trying to work that out right now.
And that's all good news for us if we can get some additional filming activity here and publicity for the city. So keep all that in mind, and obviously keep everybody safe in the coming days next week with Thanksgiving and the Thanksgiving holiday, and we'll get information out to the community regarding our continued testing efforts. And if there are any changes from the governor's perspective, we will put that out for people to know in all his press releases.
And the biggest thing for people to realize is we're just following whatever the governor's office puts down, because there's several inquiries about what are we doing? Are we shutting down? We're following the governor's directive, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, we don't have any plans to shut down. If the governor does something different, it's not the city of Hopewell. We will be following the directive of the executive order from the governor of Virginia.
Thank you. Councilor Pelham. Your microphone is muted.
I'm sorry. So people and the employees in every public building of ours are required to wear masks in the hallways when they're not in their office, correct? That's also.
Yes, so for those in the community, the buildings are still, quote, closed to the public. We're doing public access by appointment only, and those citizens that come into the building, and including staff, while you are in public areas, stairwell, hallways, bathroom, etc., you're supposed to wear a mask while you're in those public spaces. Once you're in your office and you're sitting down to do your work, you don't have to wear a mask while you're doing your work. But and if you're going to have a meeting, you're encouraged to practice social distancing. If you can't do social distancing, then you should wear a mask while you're meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, so we got that update for the community in regards to public events and access to City Hall. All right, moving on to the assessment of gunfire data. I was checking to see if the chief had joined us yet, but I don't see his name on here.
I'm here, man.
Okay, wait, how am I missing you?
Just that police department on it.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we're here to talk about the increase in gun violence. And we know we've talked about this before, but we want to circle back because there's been kind of like a spurt lately, and just trying to address some of the comments from the community and some of the concerns. So I asked the chief to provide us with a heat map so we can see where the gun violence is occurring, but then that would also lead into the subsequent conversations regarding community engagement and how we can address some of these social economic factors by putting a visualization to where these shot fire incidents are occurring throughout the city. So I'm going to pass it over to the chief of police, but while I'm doing that, I'm going to put on the screen the data that the city manager provided in regards to the heat map.
Well, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, members of council. I think as you're pulling up the heat map, just to the up to this year, we've had, I believe, 111 shots fired calls. We had a tremendous increase during summertime, especially as we were coming out of COVID. And then we had a little bit of a nice reprieve. And then, as you are all aware, last week and a half, or last weekend, especially on Veterans Day, we had 4 shootings that day, 3 people injured. And then in preceding, I think that Sunday, we had a couple of, I don't mean literally couple, I mean a few shots fired calls and a person injured. I know that we made an arrest of an individual. That particular, without really getting into a lot of details because it's still evolving, it was definitely a beef between a couple of factions. It's this notion about somebody was shot a little while ago who was this individual's, there's some connection, and there were some retaliation shootings that occurred that we were unfortunately saw the brunt of that on this past Wednesday, on Veterans Day. Fortunately, we had some cooperation where we could make maybe not the ultimate case of aggravated assault, but at least the case we made was possession of a firearm by a felon. That individual also has some backup time, so we are pretty confident with that case. We're still working the leads on it to see if some of the victims who were shot that we believe actually have information about who did what, if they will come forward. So we're hoping that will occur. But we definitely seen most of the shootings that do occur in our city, unfortunately, are related to the narcotics trade and the beefs, arguments that these individuals have with each other because of whose territory it is or not, who was wronged and who was not wronged, and that obviously, not that we're not concerned about anybody getting shot, but when somebody who has nothing to do with anything gets in the line of fire, it's extremely unfortunate. And you all remember around this time last year, when Lieutenant Barry was shot and killed, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, having Thanksgiving dinner with her family when somebody else was a target. And this past Wednesday, somebody in their home who was not connected was shot through from a stray bullet, and fortunately it was a non-life-threatening injury. I believe the heat map will show you where the shootings have been occurring and intensity. Use the Heights area. We can look at other factors, socioeconomics. You will see the same commonalities there. So knock on wood, since we have arrested the individual, it's been calm. I'm not going to make any promises, but I think what we do need in our city is for individuals, when they are harmed by others, is to drop the notion about getting even, but really pick up the phone and call us, because that's what we're here for. So we can provide them with an avenue through the criminal justice system, and so everybody can have their say. So whether you're accused or whether you're the victim, and I don't think we have enough of that. And I think that's, if we are able to get to that point where we can have people who are actually cooperating, who are actually victims, I think that will go a long way. And then we've had situations where witnesses have seen who did what, but, will tell us information anonymously. Obviously, we have to respect that, but we don't want to come forward for a lot of different reasons. Obviously, there's fear of retaliation, and we get that. There's confidence level in the local police department. We get that also. But as I've indicated to you many times that I don't care if you give me 100 more officers, I'm still not going to have enough officers for every street corner. But we definitely have our community that lives in every street corner. I think the public safety has to be a community effort, not just what the first responders do on day in, day out basis. Obviously, I'm available for any questions that you might have on the data that we are sharing with you and any other information or questions that you might have.
Thank you. And so the data that you provided to us, I have the heat maps on the screen. That's from January 1st through November 15th of this year. And so based off of this, the second one, that's the one with the actual heat map, that is only shooting incidents or shot fired.
Yeah, shooting incident, whether somebody hurt or not, or just a shots fired, we track those things separately, but this thing combines if there's an aggravated assault, if somebody gets hurt, malicious wounding, aggravated assault, those are included in this thing. And if we just get a call for shots fired, that's not fireworks, but actual shots fired, that's included in this. And reported. I mean, sometimes, usually, we are out and about, so we hear it and then we'll document it. But that's what that heat map shows.
Thank you. And I know we have other topics of discussion regarding some ways that we could possibly look at trying to address this coming up. So for this first section, it's just strictly regarding the data and where the shots fired is occurring the most throughout the city. Councilor Pelham?
Yeah, did you say, I don't understand this map. You said there were a total of 115 shots fired for this period?
111.
111. Now, this 9 represents what was shot the last week.
Yeah, I'm not. I was looking at that, and unfortunately, my crime analyst is vacation because I don't think that number is correct, because obviously we have a lot more than that. So it could be where somebody was injured. That might be something that could be aggravated assaults are different separately. So unfortunately, she left early, so I couldn't ask that question. I still wanted to share that incident, but I know from the data that we have that when I first got here, I know that was one of the projects that Mayor Gore had for us. We have, I can tell you that we have 111 of those incidents occurring from the beginning of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions regarding the data provided in the heat maps?
Yeah, I have another question, Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the youth group still meet? What do they call explorers? Are they still active?
Yep. Yes, ma'am. They are. Officer Taylor, I believe, is the lead that meets with them. Obviously, we had to kind of adjust because of COVID, but I believe recently they've started meeting again. And well, Officer Adams was also part of it, but he's since left the department. It's under Lieutenant Perez, who's one of our lieutenants, but yeah, they do meet.
And also, have you had any experience with police activities lead when you were up north or anywhere?
Yes, ma'am. I've had a few experiences with PAL. Very in a bigger department, it's a little easier to run because it's very time consuming. But yeah, I do have experiences with that.
Is that something that your department ever will look to bringing back? I mean, we had it more than a couple of years ago when Greg Taylor was here.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it, ma'am, and see what's required. Obviously, we want to be engaged with our community and our younger adults coming up to make sure that we do our part with their parents and grandparents to make sure they keep going on the right path and not kind of deviate from that. So yeah, I think everything is on the table from our perspective. It's just a matter of whether we can pull it off or not.
No, I was thinking maybe you can collaborate with Mr. Napper and that group, youth services and a recreation department, somehow so kids can grow up learning that police is a friendly foe instead of someone they always have to combat and fight or whatever.
So Councilor Pelham, can we table this until we get to that item about engagement? Right now, this is about the data. We have a separate item for engagement. Any other questions regarding the data for the shootings and where they're occurring within the community? Councilor Parton?
Yes, Chief, question for you in terms of getting descriptions of offenders and alleged criminals. Would it be beneficial for in some of these maybe hotspot neighborhoods if we increase the neighborhood lighting, maybe transition from the traditional lighting to more LED lighting, and then maybe put some security cameras in some of these neighborhoods, so that way maybe we can get license plates, better pictures of some of the offenders?
So whether the lighting is LED or not, that's beyond my expertise. But if you, just from a perspective of actually having a well-lit area, definitely would be helpful. Whether that's LED lighting or whatever lighting that might be, that probably engineers should probably need to come in to play with that. Having cameras with accessibility with PD, there's always this question about privacy issues in Virginia that has come into play quite a few times. So probably we'll have to take a look at that. But anything that's additional that can help our community be a little bit more at ease and calm, and provides disincentive for some of the individuals involved in this in these activities, definitely will be very helpful. How that will look, I don't know. That's probably not my bailiwick that I don't want to comment on, because I don't know any better.
Okay, Mr. Altman, I remember there being talk about this when we were going through our strategic planning. Is there still a plan or a document that talks about trying to upgrade the city's lighting to more of this LED lighting?
I know that in my previous time with the city, we had a plan to upgrade lighting through the entire city.
Yes.
That we had worked to phase in with Dominion over a number of years. And this would be pre-LED. So we can go back and look and have a conversation with Mr. Butler and Mr. Anderson to see if they've had a more recent conversation with the Dominion about upgrading lighting in areas of the community utilizing LED lights. I know, when you look at this heat map and you have Five Forks there, we do have that intersection improvement project that'll be coming to that intersection, which will have enhanced lighting to it. So that will be of assistance in that area. But, getting in really where, I guess the biggest dot here is then the Dublin, Freeman, Berry Street area there. That would, we would need to get in and look at the street lights and that are currently in that area, upgrades to those lights, and if we would need to add any additional lights. But that is something that we can certainly follow up on and let everyone know.
And Councilor Parton, just one more point about your question, but that doesn't really address the lighting. But just from what we have seen in my experience, that if aesthetics are in the right place, meaning that it's the beautification and you maintain that, that does have an effect on everybody feeling kind of good about that individual, about that location. So the broken windows theory, that's been utilized, where if you see small amount of disorder left undone, if you don't improve upon that, then that small amount of disorder becomes larger disorder, and then others who kind of see that, saying, "Oh, nobody cares here," and then they try to take advantage of that, which does happen quite a bit. And then an element moves in or decides to do things that are really outside of norm and very harmful to the community. I think that also plays a part. So I think lighting will be part of that. What kind of lighting it is, that's something that I let Mr. Altman and experts that he has in that field kind of speak better on it.
Okay, just the idea, that I guess, that I was mainly trying to get towards is when people, when police start interviewing folks that might have seen something, if it's anything like my street, when I had issues with some of my neighbors before they ended up leaving, it was very hard for me to be able to make out make and models and colors and license plates for vehicles that were going to and from, because the street is so dark. But all I could do is just try to guesstimate on what it was. But that's why I didn't know if that was an issue that you come into quite frequently when interviewing people, if they just don't have the best eyesight, or can't make these things out.
No, that's not the issue, Mr. Councilor Parton. Issue is when they know that the information, they want to remain anonymous. They don't want to come up and actually tell us exactly what happened. It's not where I couldn't see it. It's no, I know who did it, but I don't want to be involved. I mean, we hear that a lot more than, well, I couldn't see because it's too dark.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Altman, when you get that information, can you please piggyback and go back to the other requests in regards to the other uses of technology regarding the cameras? I know people didn't want to do Shot Spotter, but during that discussion, there was a request to look at using the intersection. I think that was the idea that you had. Can you bring that back too? And also, to provide a little bit more background, Councilor Holloway actually requested streetlights. I think it was a 2016-17 budget. I think the paper called it Council's Wish List. At that time, we had tried to do something specifically for each ward, and she had requested lighting for her area as well as Councilor Pullen, which ironically is the same areas that we're talking about now. But we couldn't, we voted to approve it, but later on, we discovered that the money wasn't available because of some other things that happened regarding expenditures. But that was something that was discussed 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And Councilor Holloway, I don't know if she wants to chime in to provide more context or to provide information during that time when you first asked for that, because that might be helpful for Mr. Altman.
Only thing I would like to say is that I think that the lighting will be an amenity to assisting with identity of people that are committing violence, and it will also assist in not to say identity, I mean in reference to may decrease crime, hopefully.
So yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, we can we'll look into to see if there's a current plan. I know years ago there was a plan to upgrade lighting in my previous life here, but we need to look at that. And also we'll bring, we've had some discussions here about security lighting and cameras for around the admin building here that can be upgraded and built upon throughout the city. And particularly with our ability now to look at planning for citywide Wi-Fi, there might be an ability for us to do a little bit of work there. But we'll bring that back, and I would agree that, and the chief can chime in here, there's this whole philosophy about crime prevention through environmental design called CEPTAD as the acronym, and it deals with lighting. So if you can put more lighting. So maybe one of the things that we have to look at as we go, so we have a distance standard between streetlights right now. And maybe that standard is too far apart to address some of the things that we want to do to ensure that there's proper lighting. And with that lighting comes a safety element. Additional to that is people. The more people that are in an area, typically the safer it is. So those are some things that we need to look at, and we can look at if we do not have a plan for lighting, we can certainly start working on one. And as part of that, looking at our standard distance between streetlights. And I was thinking about this actually last night as I drove down Broadway. When you have street intersections, there's typically a light, but then if you have a space where there's no intersection, then it's a dark area. So within that, maybe we need to add a light to a pole to make it more consistent across the corridor. So there's consistent lighting from a public safety perspective, not only from a crime prevention aspect, but I don't know, and y'all all have been on council for a while, and particularly those that when you leave a meeting at night, particularly in the winter, how many times have you seen someone walking on the sidewalk that you don't see them until you're almost up on them because they're in the street light in that area and then nearby because of the distance between the lights. So that's something we've got to look at, not only from a general public safety perspective, but also from a lighting crime prevention perspective. And if the chief had anything to add, I'd be happy for him to do that.
Can you please make sure to loop Vice Mayor Bennett in as well as with this, because we met last year with the technology committee. We talked about increased cameras because that committee was specifically established to discuss cameras, and we haven't circled back to those things. So can you make sure the Vice Mayor Bennett and I maybe have a technology committee meeting with you guys to talk about some options as well?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Counselor, Vice Mayor Bennett, Counselor Pelham, and Counselor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was listening. This is in reference to the lighting, and I know that since we don't have a plan at this time, I do drive during the night, and I've noticed that there are homes with lighting on either their garage or on their homes that lack the light bulbs or they're dim. We just recently installed new light bulbs into our garage lights, and it actually lit up maybe a good 300 feet of the road because I did send a message and I did talk to Mr. Altman about this and the little gaps within our lighting throughout the blocks and in my area, Ward 7. So the thing I'm actually going to say right now is if we can bring awareness to our constituents and our residents, or if there is a plan that we can actually help give money or funding for different light bulbs that are brighter to fill in the gap for at this time as a short-term solution. Because if we look at lighting and we come up with a lighting plan, what would that look like? How many months, or will that take a year or longer? So I was looking for a short-term plan, and if that would be possible and what that would look like. And that would be my question to Mr. Altman.
So the plan that we had in the past is going to be, it was driven by availability of capital funds. So that project, the lighting project, was competing with all other capital projects. So we had it broken down into phases to do it over a number of years across the city. So we could, if we don't have a plan and we develop a plan, obviously there'll be right out of the gate a total cost number. And then we can then break that down to address targeted areas first, what those costs would be, and then transition across the city with upgrades over time. Because I don't believe that we would be able to afford doing it all at once. So we would need to have a phased approach, but obviously looking at data such as the chief has here with the heat map, looking at other datas beyond shooting incidents, but even just, aggravated assaults and other crimes. In addition to that, looking at our code enforcement issues and where those are. So factoring all that into play, we can then develop a phased plan to hit targeted areas first, and then grow that across the city. I think would be the method which we would have to proceed with. But we'll factor all that in as we if we don't already have a plan, if we have to develop a plan and bring that back to council.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think I said Pelham and then Randolph.
And I was gonna say, I think Mr. Altman you and Ms. Griffin know we do have a plan in somewhere here. We're doing the era of Mr. Dr. Ed Daly. And I thought initially we had gotten a grant from Dominion, I guess it was VEPCO, at that time as well, as what I remember, that was kind of like consolidated with monies that we put into the program, with the most vulnerable areas as we talking about now were supposed to be upgraded, but I don't think all of the areas were not, of course.
And Ms.
So-
Griffin, you're still on the line if you want to chime in too while she's asking.
Exactly.
questions.
What that program entail. I mean, there was a plan somewhere about replacing the lights for the entire city, starting with the same crime-driven areas. And some lights were replaced, so there should be some documentation where lights were upgraded. I know in this area they were, but they just were not done all over. So, does anyone, do you remember anything, Ms. Griffin? On March, you alluded to it, but there was a plan. Whether it's still there or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if it still is. The plan I remember most vividly was prior to Mr. Daly, when Mr. Peterson was our city engineer.
No, this was when
we-
when I remember when we did the
Yeah.
upgrade.
Because before we were doing an actual CIP document, and it was included in there, and I believe during Mr. Daly's era, we went away from doing an actual CIP document, more of just a list of annual CIP projects. So we'd have to go back and look, but I think if anybody was involved during that time, Mr. Butler is probably the one that would have been involved, and I've sent him and Mr. Anderson an email to ask if we have a plan and what if we can get a copy of it if we do, and if not, that we need to start working on something.
Yeah, but I do like the idea. I know it's kind of hard to make up a program to put maybe lighting on private property, but if there is a possibility to do that as an interim measure, that would sound good to me, or either put it on a pole ourselves that is near an area that's very dim, that you have this hot spot areas to light up the Christmas lights. I guess it's light those areas up, if nothing else, as you say, a short-term objective, but something in those areas would be good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Randolph?
I too know that lighting can make a big difference, and I think that certainly we need to look at the entire city, starting with the hot spots of what's provided on this map. But as lighting tends to illuminate some of the crimes will be pushed to areas that are not as well lit. And so we have to have a phased in plan of how we're going to do the entire city and how it's going to affect the costs of our budgets. And so the plan needs to be short-term and long-term, in my opinion. I too also believe very strongly in the broken window effect. I know the police chief has spoken to that many times to us. And we have put into place as a council, and not just this council, but previous councils, when I sat in the audience, they put into effect a lot of code statutes that we choose not to enforce or don't have the ability to enforce. So I think that we also have to look at upgrading and having a plan for how we improve the appearance and the broken windows syndrome, to not let crime take hold in areas that are unkept or look unkept. And I think that has a lot to do with where we can push those effects. I also feel that we should bring into this conversation HRHA. A lot of, in the past, a lot of information has been given back to us from them concerning that crimes are not happening in HRHA properties, but we all know that Davisville has had an uptick this year in crimes. So my opinion is HRHA needs to do something about that location to make their residents of Davisville feel safer, whether that's security guards or whatever. I don't know, but I feel like they need to be brought into this conversation for all of their locations, so that the residents in those areas can feel safe as well going forward. And I would ask that we look at the rental inspection program, which we approved for a plan upgrade to help us to maintain properties better and to put more stringent guidelines on the landlords to keep their properties up and to not let their properties be dilapidated or overcome with people that are dealing drugs. And we know some of those properties, I'm sure, and nothing is a deterrent to allowing people to stay in the city and live in those housing areas that may be dealing drugs. And lastly, I will say that I am in favor, and I've talked to a couple of other counselors about this in the month since we've had a last meeting on crime, potentially doing some more vehicle stops. The last crime report that I read certainly entailed a number of traffic stops that narcotics were found in the car. I certainly would like to see us pick up in the number of traffic stops that we do if possible. We have a phased in plan of how we're going to increase the number of people, or police officers, and hopefully the chief can give us some information on how that would impact what they're doing, if they can do traffic stops, and how that would potentially work or not work. And so those are some things that I feel short term we could work on and see where that takes us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Randolph. We'll go back to those comments like I did Councilor Palmer in regards to community engagement. So we're still on data. So the points we had great for the program regarding the light bulbs. So Mr. Altman, you have notes regarding that to come back? Okay. And also in terms of getting information and data, someone reached out to me and asked, has the city considered, this is kind of, out the box, but in terms of Ring doorbell footage, looking at creating a program in which we help pay either the installation costs like $100, or we purchase the cameras and give them to people to try to increase the amount of data that we can obtain in terms of video footage from neighborhoods in the time of need. I have not looked into that to see if other communities have been innovative to use Ring doorbell cameras, but a lot of people have them. They're very popular. So I don't know if that's something that crossed his mind in terms of maybe looking at how we can get that other set of footage. But I know there was the incident regarding some footage that we did recently obtain, but maybe doing a program where people say they don't mind providing that data if needed. I don't know if you've heard anything like that either, Mr. Altman or the police chief.
I can speak to that. I've not heard about Mr. Altman can talk about providing financial assistance, but I know of departments that contact their citizens and create a database to see if they have Ring cameras or other kind of cameras in a particular neighborhood. I'm not sure about the success of those programs, but at least I know a few departments. I know one near us, so I'll find out from that department to see what kind of success that they've had when they know there's a camera in that location and they can go back and ask for the crime. We actually look for that. So every time that we have any kind of a critical incident, we will look at the location that we were at and see who has cameras and knock on the door and see if they will share that footage with us. That's how we a lot of times do get information and develop our suspects as a result of looking at those feeds from citizens when we see them in a particular neighborhood where a shooting occurred or some other crime occurs.
Okay. Well, that's something. Go ahead, Mr. Altman.
I haven't heard of a community that has a program to either assist with the purchase or offset the costs in any manner, but it's not something that we could ask. We have our friends at VML that do like a listserv, and we can also look on the NLC, and I can look on the ICMA webpage and just pose the question to see if anybody has considered or is doing anything similar.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Pelham?
Yeah, since you're talking about lighting, it might be an engagement, but there is also lighting that will that distorts the color or something of drugs, Chief, that deter people from, it makes it look fake or something. Are you familiar with that? It's some type that we learned a couple of years ago as well.
The light that would distort colors?
Yeah, so people think they buy it makes the color, like I guess of cocaine, look awkward, so people are more reluctant to purchase it or something. Have you ever heard of that?
No, ma'am, I haven't. I know whatever lighting that you have, unless it's sunlight, it's going to have some hue to it that's going to be a little different than what the color of what it looked like in under natural sunlight, but not to the point where it will discourage somebody from doing something.
I'll look it up, but something.
That's
So I'll read the information, ma'am. Maybe that would be something that we can share with the council.
Okay, thank you.
Think that's a good idea. Vice Mayor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make a comment about the Ring and the subscription. You can get a subscription that actually is just as low as $3 and some change monthly, and it'll actually record. If you don't have that, it's an option. You can just live view if someone's passing, but it won't record. If you do want to record live feed, it's as little as $3 and some change, under $4 a month. So I just wanted to let the public know.
Thank you.
And this is with the Ring app.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so moving on to the outstanding crimes and homicides. This was put on here in regards to feedback I received from a member of council. I said I was going to put this on here in regards to closing the loop with citizens, and then talking about the open cases and then the system working in full. So I'll tee this up for Mr. Altman, but I know that the police department provides press releases after they have made arrests. I know that information is shared on social media. I know that the chief puts out statements from time to time. But there was two concerns that was brought to my attention. One was Nixle being used more consistently. And I know we just started the process of using Nixle, but I said I would put this on here so we can address it in an open session and people can hear the feedback. And then also, if there's another way that we can close the loop with citizens, so that way, if they're hearing all these things happen in the city, and I guess the concern was they may think it's more like, we're not closing things out as fast as we are, even though we do send out press releases, that maybe there could be another way we can communicate. And I don't really know if I'm articulating that correctly. So if anyone wants to chime in when we get to that topic, if that was your concern, feel free. But then also the city manager and I talked about the perception of the number of open cases we have in regards to homicides. That's becoming more and more of a talking point that I'm hearing. And so how can we address that? And then the biggest issue is our police department is just one part of this system. We have the citizens, we have council for policy, we have the police department for enforcement, but then we also have the courts and the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. So how are we working together as a unit to make sure that repeat offenders are not free, or making sure that, when we get charges pressed, that we have cases in which, they could be mostly successful. We don't have to make plea deals or things of that nature. And I'm just paraphrasing or putting out overarching terms, but there seems to be some sentiment in the community as well that that some people should be locked up and they're not. And so I'm going to pitch it over to Mr. Altman. So he's not the bad guy. I'm just relaying this information, and we talked about so he can make it be more palatable for everyone.
So thank you. Now the potato's pretty hot, but I want to see if I can keep a hold of it. No, I think we've all heard comments through the community regarding these issues. And to address the first one, and Chief, feel free to interrupt me whenever you want to. I think, closing that loop and the usage of Nixle, we need to make sure that everybody in the community knows that it's there and they can sign up and utilize it, because that's going to get you information as it gets pushed out. No different than how we operate on the emergency management side of the world with Code Red. We need to have people signed up and in that database with those phone numbers in there. So when that message goes out, everybody gets it. So everybody that's listening, if you're not signed up for Nixle and Code Red, and I think the chief, is it Nextdoor, Neighbor?
Nextdoor is another app that we use, and kind of like that's a little bit more neighborhood concentric. So we have Nextdoor, we have obviously Facebook, Twitter, and Nixle we're using. Now Nixle we are currently using is to get information out that is critical, that impacts somebody immediately. It's really, I know our crime analyst uses that to send information out on a weekly basis to the different groups about what we have done. But the immediacy that how we use it is that when we have shots fired, to send that out that we are investigating shots fired. If it's, some hazmat situation, which we haven't had yet, letting them know that we have a hazmat and traffic is impacted. We have used it for some accidents that occurred a few weeks ago where we were closing roads. So telling our citizens that something might impact them, immediately. It's really not used for now. And as remember, Nixle is really not a lot of characters. I think 120 characters. So we have to be really short and sweet. It's not really meant to close the loop. It's meant to make them aware that something critical is occurring, to be on the lookout and call us. But we can, just like anything else, there are always things that we can continue to do better to make sure that all of our citizenry is involved and wants to be involved and is informed of things that are occurring. And you can have that hot potato back.
I'm sorry, can I have a clarifying answer regarding this? Because this will be helpful for me, for the people that I have listening on my page. So there was comments made that, some of the shootings that happened last week, they didn't get an updated Nixle reporting to them. So I don't want to paraphrase, but in particular with this instance, every time there's a shot fire incident and people are talking about it online, it may not come through Nixle. Is that what you're saying? Is something needed?
No, the shots fired should, and I know that was there was the last shots fired where 2 people were injured. There was a question was, I didn't get that notice. Well, I am also on Nixle through my personal email, and I know I got that email. So obviously we're relying on somebody, a third party, to push that information out. So I know I got it. So I was there on the scene, and the sergeant told me that he had just pushed that out on Nixle.
Okay.
Every shots fired call, the policy is to put that out. Now, it is a new tool for us. So just imagine if when you are dealing with that kind of stress, staffing is limited, it's possible that maybe 1 or 2 might not go through, but our intent is to make sure that every time there's a shots fired call or anything else critical, like a robbery just occurred where a suspect is outstanding, some kind of hazmat situation, lanes are blocked up, that we send that information as soon as it's safe to do so for the on-duty supervisor.
Okay, so people need to keep looking at Nixle in the red. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, and sign up for that, because all you do is sign up through Nixle.com, put your home address and whatever means you have, and you will automatically get your police department's information. If you live in the city, you will get it from us.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Altman.
So definitively, as the chief said, we will evolve in how the utilization of Nixle, and we need to get more people signed up. I've heard comments about open cases also, and the chief probably has more information than I do. But in this instance, I think we probably have good ideas of who some of the offenders are, but in some cases, we need the community to come forward with additional information. So, but chief will have better understanding of the types and how many open cases we probably have, or what the concerns are from his standpoint. And then I think I've also heard concern expressed in the community regarding, well, why is this person back out on the street? Didn't they just get arrested last month? Why are they back out already? Shouldn't they still be in jail serving time? And that comes down to, I think you've put it here quite nicely, you know, is the system working in full or in total, or all the parts of the engine working in the unison that it needs to be working in to fire correctly between council, the administration, police department, the court system, to make sure that we're providing the safest environment for our residents and constituents throughout the city. And that goes back to why is that person back out on the street? And I don't know because I'm not involved on a daily basis, but you know, I've heard those same comments regarding plea deals being made and things of that nature. So, and not sure how we can directly approach this. I know that in the past and I was a part of a meeting that we had with the city attorney and a new judge that was coming on that was going to handle all of our property maintenance violations, to try to get the judge to understand the city's position on how important it is to have property maintenance issues taken seriously, and the length of time it takes us to get the individual to court, you know, and that sometimes in our perspective, it seemed that we were continuing to continuance after continuance after continuance, and the issue drug on. And, you know, I would hear from a counselor saying, hey, why hasn't anything been done? Well, we've done everything we can do. We've taken it to court, and continuance was granted, which now it's out of our hands. We just have to wait for that time period but those issues seem to linger. And those are the things that the citizens in our community, it festers for them. Why isn't something being done? The city's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. They call council, you call us, and then we have to say, well, we've cited the person. We went to court. So needs to be kind of the shared understanding that all of us are in this together through the different aspects of local government and the arena that you play in. And we need to be proactive, and we need to send a signal to the community, whether it be from a crime perspective or the broken window piece, which leads to crime in areas, that we want to see and provide for a safe environment. And and the conversation that we had previously, and this was years ago, result in a good meeting, but the judge just said, you know, thank you very much, but you know, I'm not going to let you influence how I conduct court. And I understand that, but there just has to be a shared understanding of the importance of these issues to not only the council, but our constituents and the people of this community, because it affects us all at some point in time. It may not be in your neighborhood today, but ultimately, all it takes is one house to start going in the wrong direction, and then other things happen that it then shows up in your neighborhood. So we need to be a little more proactive and find a way of having a good conversation with our friends in the court and the Commonwealth Attorney's Office about how we can move forward with providing the safest environment in the community that we can for our residents, and making sure that those that are stepping outside the law are held accountable for that. So, and I don't know, Chief, if you have anything that you can add on the open cases and the system working together.
Yeah, the open cases, I can tell you that when I got here, and every now and then I asked that question, and since 1978, we have 20 plus homicides that are open, all but maybe 2 or 3, maybe 3 cases is that where we have no idea who did what. Every other case that we have, we know exactly who did what, but from a court perspective, we need some of the witnesses to come forward and they really haven't come forward. They're either going to tell us, either are not cooperating, or will tell us things anonymously because they don't want to be involved. There isn't a case in my time since I've been here that we don't have a suspect in. But again, this is, law enforcement is a people's business. It's really not based on, some stuff that you might see on NCIS where, we get one bullet and everything is just magically appears in front of us. It's people talking and people, taking charge of the community. It's, we have to do our part to create that trust, but ultimately somebody knows some information and they need to, be open about it and give us the information that we need to help that mom that lost a loved one, that grandmother that lost a loved one. There's this notion that, I don't want to help the police. And, I always tell people that you're not really helping the police. You're helping that mother that lost her son, or lost her daughter, or lost, a father, a husband, whoever that person might be. That's the person that you're helping. So outside of, I think, 2 or 3 cases, everything else since 78, we have a pretty good idea as to who did what, but we need that last piece. So the other part was people getting out. I mean, people don't understand. We play one part of that. Our role is to, make the case and take him in front of, enter into the criminal justice system. We don't have any control over the conditions under which the person is going to be held. I know recently in our state, legislators have enacted things that are making it easier for people to get out, whether it's good behavior, whether it's, they don't want a high bond because they believe it affects people who are poor or people of color disproportionately. And then other individuals who are released earlier than what they were sentenced with. None of that is within control of the city government, the elected leaders, the police department. I don't necessarily think that locking everybody in the jail is the answer, but definitely the violent criminals, I think, need to stay in jail. And we have seen way too many times people who have 8, 9, 10, 24 plus years of backup time that we get them on doing something else. I'm acutely aware of and all of us are acutely aware of some of the open cases that we have. We're ready to move forward and we keep in touch with a lot of our victims' families, who want closure and they're not getting closure.
Thank you. Mr. Altman, anything else before we open up the floor for questions and comments regarding these items?
No, ma'am, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilor Denton. Your microphone is muted.
I'm sorry. I don't know if it's possible or feasible, but I know we asked, as a council, we asked the city manager, we asked a lot of different people for monthly reports on various things. Is it possible that we could get a report from the courts as to what cases will be heard, say in the month of December, and how they were resolved? I know you can go online for case information if you know the person's name, but I'm just asking, maybe if the courts know, the people will know who has been before them and what was determined, whether it was a continuance or found not guilty, whatever, the people would know this. I don't know if this is an invasion of privacy. I don't think it would be, since it is court information, but is this possible to get some report from the courts on the cases that are heard each month?
Ms. Robinson, do you want to chime in possibly along with everyone else?
I can chime in from the docket perspective. I'm not sure that they go, and every court is different, but I think sometimes they're done on a daily basis as to what case is being heard. I don't know if you will get something, okay, these are all the cases being heard in the month of December. It's a question really asked for the court whether they can do that or not. Those are public, that is public record. Dispositions, I believe, are public. I know the public record. So I think that's a question that we can definitely, through the courts committee that we have, we can ask them to see if that's even possible for them to produce on a month-to-month basis.
It might be something that they would realize they would be held accountable for what decisions they make. It may make a difference. Might be willing to try it. Thank you.
Who, may I ask a question?
1 second, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, Mayor, board members of council, I think that it can only be requested, most courts produce a docket.
Your line is really low, Ms. Robinson. Can you try to adjust, please?
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, so as I was saying, each court usually produces a docket sheet for that day's list of hearings or matters before any particular judge. I've not heard as a practice of a compilation of clerks coming back and compiling that information in terms of resolutions and producing those for any external agency. But as Chief Afzal has indicated, you can always ask the question. But, really are all of the cases that are scheduled on any given day completely resolved on that same day. So what that would look like would be something that would be probably left to the discretion of the court. It is the court's responsibility to, I guess, determine how to convey the information and then how much of it it will convey. If the requester can convey. I didn't hear. Was that a question?
Go ahead. Councilor Den, is that a chance?
I lost some of that. Yeah, I couldn't hear everything that our city attorney said, but I guess it's left up, from what I gathered, it's left up to the court's discretion as to if they would be willing to do that. Might be worthwhile to ask our clerk of courts if that is a possibility, because they definitely have to have these dockets ahead of time for the officers to be there, for the people involved to be there. So I don't know, it might be worth looking into.
The alternative, of course, of the clerk preparing the docket compilation, if you will, is tasking someone from the city to take a docket sheet on any given day and coming back and tracking what the court did with that case, whether it was continued, whether there was a sentence issued. And the way they would do that is go to the clerk's records and look for the files. As we indicated here, these are public records, but again, you're asking the clerk to take on a responsibility that doesn't naturally fall within the clerk's responsibility under the sort of the auspices of the Virginia Supreme Court.
Okay, that was my question. Maybe we can look into it. I'll talk to Ms. Robinson more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pelham?
Oh, no, I think that's what I was gonna basically say. Anything that courts do for us at any time would be just a courtesy. of course. And I think some of us have a working relationship with the clerk of courts and or the Commonwealth attorney. So I mean, what the clerk does, I guess the paperwork follow up behind it. So when someone has an especially good relationship with Ms. Ward, maybe that's the person should try to present the question.
In addition to that, Mr. Altman, can we see if we can find a way to set up some type of discussion regarding kind of what you're saying in regards to working together? I know the example that you gave regarding code enforcement. Since I've been on council for 8 years, we haven't had a conversation with the courts. And some of us asked to do it before. The answer was, well, it's the courts. You really can't do that. But I mean, if you're open to it and council wants to pursue that, maybe having a conversation to figure out what can we, what are the roadblocks that maybe the attorney's office is facing? We might hear the same sentiment from our police department in regards to people not stepping forward or speaking, but also with some of these repeat offenders who may have long rep sheets, why are they getting released or why are they not being held on other charges? Let's just, I guess, be educated about what they're facing, because I don't know. But we get a lot of questions from the community, and it seems to be something that we really need to look at or try to address.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see if we can reach out to Mr. Newman and see if he'd be willing to have a meeting with council, all of, or a few members, however we might be able to facilitate that conversation. I'd certainly be willing to do that.
And just to and piggyback on that, I think Mayor Gore mentioned that obviously the cases that they get from criminal nature are the ones that we get and we forward it to them for prosecution. So it's the same issue that they're going to tell you about, witnesses coming forward and providing information that is admissible in court, because hearsay is not. So we might be able to use hearsay for probable cause hearing, but we can't use that in a criminal trial. And that's some of the challenges that I believe the prosecuting attorneys face here, and other jurisdictions are pretty similar to what we face.
Thank you. Councilor Denton, you have your hand raised again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just did not take it down, but I do appreciate the input. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so next item was more about the civic engagement part. Speaking with the city manager, there's talks about getting clarification on what the role of the Police Advisory Council is. Is Neighborhood Watch Advisory Council still meeting? What are some other ways that we can get people involved? Councilor Pelham, I'll piggyback back to what you were saying earlier and give you the floor to talk about the PALS program if you have any other clarifying information you want to share. But one thing in particular I really wanted to touch on was the Other Crime Summit. We had a list of citizens that signed up to say that they wanted to get involved in trying to engage the community regarding public safety. Now, who's to say that if we look at that list, there might be people from hopefully that covers all 7 wards. Maybe they can be voices to help try to get more people involved in neighborhood watches or whatever. But we have a group of citizens that say they want to do something to address this issue. I did talk to city manager earlier in regards to looking at the feedback from VCU. We can't put our hands on that report as of right now, but for those who did attend that session, most people said it was youth involvement was missing from the city. But how can we look at trying to engage citizens in general? We did have items on the agenda in regards to Citizen Oversight Committee, in regards to bringing back the Neighborhood Watch Advisory and some other things, but we never found resolution on any of those topics. The other thing I would cover in this section is the police department's plans for trying to create ways for people to feel more comfortable and confident in speaking to them regarding some issues. I think the chief touched on that a little bit earlier, but he can elaborate if he feels, comfortable doing so during his time. But then lastly, the perception that the police department, police officers are perceived as not going in the high crime areas. And again, I'm putting information on here that I've received from citizens, or what I've heard other council members relay that they have been contacted about with citizens. So in this instance, I'm putting everything up here as the messenger. I've been contacted in regards to concerns saying, hey, if they're shooting over there in Five Forks, let's just say, why do I see a police officer in Mansion Hills? And I've seen comments like that, but maybe this is an education and opportunity to inform the public, like, this is why, we don't need to be in those areas all the time. I don't know, but I just wanted to provide the opportunity to address that. So that way we can have a point of reference so that the public can hear it from staff, but then also we can go back and share the same information and speak from one sheet of music in regards to these items. And I'll pass it over to Mr. Altman if he wants to add on anything else before he gets to the police chief.
Well, no, I think, Madam Mayor, you summarized it well, and we've all heard some of those comments, and obviously, as a result of several interactions through different meetings we've had, there's always a discussion of concern about being confidential communication with police department. I know there's several methods in which residents can do that, and I'll let the chief handle those, but also getting to our youth earlier in the process. And I think Councilor Pelham has an excellent point earlier, and I know she'll expand on it now, with getting them involved to understand that the police is our friend, not our enemy. And the earlier we do that, the more successful I think we can be in the long run in engaging the youth of our community and activities that involve our officers. And I'll put in a quick plug for the chief. That this Saturday, there's an opportunity for police involvement with the food giveaway for Thanksgiving. And, we hope a lot of people come out this Saturday to that. And that's one of the ways that the chief and his community engagement team are finding ways to reach out into the community and build a stronger relationship. And I know fire and the sheriff's office will be involved. That's one of those efforts that I think we need to expand upon and grow over time, and do things at different times of the year to increase that interaction between the residents of our community and our first responders, to know that we're all on the same side and we're here to help people and not to be the bad guy, if you will. So having said that, I'll let Chief Axtell take it from here.
So just taking upon my point, the role of, I don't call them council, I call them, it's Chief Advisory Committee. I don't want it to mix up with our elected leaders. The whole purpose behind that is that something that I grew up with my chiefs had. So, when I became chief, I made sure that there was not one in that municipality that we created one. So I did it in Durango, and I did that here also. And the whole purpose of that is for me to get a perspective from different people that I might or might not agree with. Politically, ideologically, socially, but I want to get their perspective because that's who I serve. When we announced it, pretty much not pretty much, anybody that put in for it got on the team. We do meet monthly. Some have left, and there was a question about if anybody else is interested in it, and we will welcome them. I would just ask that just shoot me an email or call our office and ask to be that you're interested in being on the committee. We'll ask questions. And my criteria is that if you believe that we can't do no wrong, I don't want no part of you. If you believe that we can't do anything right, then I don't want part of you. You have to be open. Critique us when we're not doing our job, and we're not looking for pat on the back. But obviously, we appreciate our officers appreciate when you see good work being done. To appreciate the men and women that do serve this community in a pretty stressful job and a dangerous job. So that's the purpose of that. As far as I've heard a lot of information. I think there was one incident from 3 years ago where somebody called and didn't want their name to be known, and probably one officer just showed up at their residence. That's the only example that I can find where that occurred. We are very, very conscientious about knowing that there are some that just don't feel confident in talking to us or be seen. And we have different, various means. You can call our 911, you can call our non-emergency, give the information, and when information is asked of you, just tell them you want to remain anonymous. Obviously, these last few shootings that we've had, I've shared with you that several people witnessed what occurred, but gave us enough information, but wanted to remain anonymous, and that's what they have remained anonymous. We are trying to make sure, and COVID is not helping us, because especially now that we're seeing some increase in infection rate of being out and about and potentially exposing our own officers to something that's still out and about. But we are making different attempts. Obviously, we did the listening sessions to try to listen to individuals. Our community engagement team is working with different groups. We are doing an effort now with the mule event that hopefully will help those that might not be as fortunate. I pretty much go to live in the city, and I get stopped by people all the time. My officers, quite a few of them live in the city. I've heard of complaints about not being approachable. Not a single complaint has been able to sustain that, obviously, because we're body cameras, so I see the footage. We are open to meeting our citizens. We understand what our role is, that our role is to help our community. Now, you might not get the answer. You might not like the answer we give you, but we're going to give you the answer that is the right answer based on the role that we have, which is, the laws that are in place. There are times where we might be able to accomplish something because we're so busy with doing something else, that a lot of the stuff with broken window theory about the disorder, when you're running call to call on critical calls, or if a shots fired call occurred, that takes my whole resources out. Then for those 2-3 hours that we're handling that scene, we are just handling that scene because it's that critical, because we got to collect evidence to move forward. If you're going to tell me as counsel, as citizen, that hey, there's another way of doing it that could be better, we're going to be ears. We don't have all the answers. We don't pretend to have all the answers. We only know that we are in the service industry. We are here to serve our community, and we'll find a way if what we currently have doesn't fit your narrative and it might not be the way you want to communicate. We'll find a way to communicate with you, and that makes you feel at ease. On the Neighborhood Watch Council, I've asked around. Nobody's aware that we actually had a council. I know we had monthly meetings with our neighborhood watches, and the captains from those teams came. And obviously before the PD was open, it used to be at the council chambers, and now we do it here. But obviously because of COVID, we haven't done one in months. We did move that to quarterly because we were getting 1 or 2 people showing up near the end. As things get back to normal, whenever that might be, we're already looking at ways to try to see how we can engage our community back. We are trying to see if we can hold a citizen police academy, which is, most jurisdictions have it, but it's just way for another avenue for our folks to be involved with understanding what our limitations are, what we can do, and get people involved in for the betterment of their community when they understand how things do work and don't work. So we're hoping, again, all depends on how the pandemic goes and doesn't go, that we can do something in February where we can at least, with social distancing and what have you, maybe get 10 citizens to express interest and go through Citizen Police Academy with them that exposes them to what law enforcement and providing service in this field is all about. Perception officer, PD officers, most of the time when shots are fired, my officers are there. Are they sometime in Cameron's Landing? Yeah, because those citizens are asking for our presence there. Are they sometimes in Mansion Hills, parts of City Point? Yes, they're in those areas also. But most of the time we focus is on the hot areas that we currently have, whether it's the Heights area, Davisville area. We try to be there. That's our bread and butter. And if you look at our arrest data, you'll see that's where a lot of the areas that are considered hot areas are the ones where we actually are making our arrest at. So Are you going to see a car here and there in Mansion Hills? Yeah, you probably will. You see it in my neighborhood in Cameron's Landing or Anchor Point, because those citizens do complain to me because I live there, saying we never see a cop here. We try to make sure that we are seen in different areas, but we do focus on where our data is telling us that we need to be on. I think I've covered everything else. I'm sure I've missed something, I'll go back and cover it, and obviously available for questions.
Thank you. Counselor Denton and Counselor Pelham, yes, you did cover everything. Thank you.
Yes, I guess my concern being a coordinator for the Neighborhood Watch is that we have not been able to have meetings because of the COVID. And I really feel they do play an important part in the city's fight against crime. I know we met and we had a police officer there. He brought us up to date. He or she would bring us up to date on what was going on in our city. And it made us more mindful of the activities and how important it is to use your eyes and ears and listen out and watch for suspicious activity. I'm hoping that we can get back to those again. I am trying to get our Farmingdale back active again. I've had several people ask, when are we going to get back to our meetings? It really helped. So I think if we could implement those, hopefully they would be some of the eyes and ears that the police department could use in their investigations. And that's just my concern.
Thank you, Counselor Pelham.
Yes, Chief, when the police patrol throughout the city, do they have like a certain that they go in? I'm sure, I think that's what y'all do, different coded areas.
Yes, ma'am. We have divided our city into 4 patrol areas, so we make sure that an officer is assigned to that patrol, and he or she is. We did that a few months ago. It's called zone policing, or not zone policing. We call it zone policing, but there's another technical name for it. But we try to impart on our officers to really get to know that neighborhood or that area, so you know. A lot of the good people that live in these communities who are going to tell you information that will help you in curbing some of those that go outside the norm. So we implemented that, but I guess it was right in the middle of the pandemic as we went to it. But on top of that, especially with the additional officers that we are working, we really have them focus on areas where we know that we're having some issues. That's usually the Heights area. All the way down to the Davisville area, and that's where they focus on, because that's where we're seeing issues currently.
Well, my question is, generally how many officers do you have? You still doing 12-hour shifts or 10-hour shifts?
Yes, ma'am. Our minimum staffing is 5 for 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And our minimum staffing for day work is 4. That's based on a current authorized level and some vacancies that we have. And I know you've authorized 2 positions, so we're hope to fill that by the end of the year, but they won't be functional until sometime halfway through next year, because they're gonna go to the academy and then get trained.
So if you don't mind, I'm sorry. Do you mind to extend it for the meeting for 30 minutes, because we're on the last 2 sections and we're approaching our 3-hour guideline.
So move.
I couldn't
Make a motion that we extend the meeting till we finish the agenda. Okay.
Okay, motion's been made to extend the meeting till we finish the agenda. It's been properly moved and seconded in discussion. I don't know if the hand raises for discussion, so if it is, please feel free to speak, Counselor Denton.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Nothing. I think you just had your hand raised from before.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Counselor Randolph.
I didn't think we could extend meetings once we had special meetings like this.
I didn't set a date for, I didn't set an end time for the special meeting.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Roll call, please. And Madam Clerk, if you're speaking, your microphone is muted.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Vice Mayor Bennett. Okay, keep going, Ms. Brown.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Continue, Council Pelham.
I forgot what I was saying.
Something about shifts and people and
Okay, yes, so
it goes into SB 7, which is about his staffing.
with those 5 police officers, can you, is there a way do they have GPSs on their cars so you know the route that they take throughout the night?
You know, I don't know off the top of my head if we do or not. I'm sure we do. I don't have to, I'll have to look into that, whether we have GPSs on the cars and we can tell the route or not.
Yeah, because I just wonder, like, a city with 11 square miles, it seemed like a police officer should be able to get through at least, I don't know how long does it take to get, if 5 would do it sequentially, like A to B, and then somebody else start with B to C, whatever. And it seemed like they could cover the neighborhoods, because that is, you know, most people complain, I never see you, just like you said, in your neighborhood, they make that comment. But if it's 5 officers out there and they do a certain sector, then maybe they should be able to get down to your street maybe 2 or 3 times a night, if nothing is happening, of course, on a non-quiet, non-violent night, just cruising through the neighborhoods. And that would definitely make people feel more safe. But I don't know if y'all can do that as a demonstration on the, I'm sure they got modules or whatever to do that, and see how long it would take to get through and repeat a sector over and over again for that 10-hour shift. It'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, I just was texted that we do not have GPS on our vehicles, so we can't track any of the officers. We do something, ma'am, that's called director patrols, and we do over 200 per shift, which is the areas. Now, we don't necessarily, if not a whole lot is going out there, you know, we're not going to make a concerted effort to go there when we know some of the violent crime that does affect us. So we really focus on those areas. I get your point. It's a very valid point about trying to make every street corner, but the most nights, unfortunately for us, we are busy. Yeah, and in principle, in theory, that's a great concept, but sometimes we just don't have time. And we do focus as much as possible in areas that we know there are some trouble, for us. So we do focus on that. Because again, even though we have a lot of stuff that makes the news for us, it's still a very, very small percentage of people that cause most of the issues for us. So we try to focus our attention there, because if we don't, and then we're out of place, and then, you know, we hear from saying, if you know where stuff is happening, how come you're not in that area? So it's a balancing act that all chiefs have to play, and your chief has to play the same balancing act with our officers.
Okay, and do you still keep the statistics on how people, we ever get our citizens to keep calling in certain houses? So the law that says if you get a house of nuisance, that there's a process that you would be able to talk to that landlord and say, look, we've got 20 calls in your house in the last 6 weeks. We're at the point where we're going to take you to court to take your property. Is that still a law?
Well, there's a nuisance laws, and I think that's maybe Mr. Altman can talk about it a little more. That's a civil process. If that's the direction that we want to go, I definitely would have to chat with our city attorney. Here and there, when we have some issues with people, we do make contact with us. So who's the property owner, especially when the shots are fired? You know, who's doing what? But that gets into a little bit of a different area than mine. I think Mr. Altman, right? Because
I mean, I think, Mark, if you will remember, we almost took a house way back when Sylvester was the Commonwealth attorney. I remember that distinctly. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's still the law, but I know if it is, it's possible based on the number of calls and a whole bunch of other stuff. But they were at the point where they almost did get someone's home because it had gotten so many calls. So.
No, you're right, Ms. Pelham. That and there was an effort when Mr. Sylvester was the Commonwealth attorney with regard to the Evergreen.
Yeah, that almost got torn down too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got the bluffs anyway. So
it cost us.
Yeah, a lot. But anyway, I don't know. This is my comments. I think, of course, like I said before, the younger they are, the more we engage them, the better they can build relationships. I don't know, but again, I would think that we can send out to the old Youth Services Commission, those people, and see if the PALs can be an extended arm of theirs, and then an officer could work with them or whatever. Have a different division of Youth Services Commission that will bring the police in around and about, so kids can see their different dispositions.
Well, ma'am, I agree with you, but everything starts at home. There's a lot of focus on that. We obviously want to be involved in a positive aspects of the interaction that we have, but a lot of the stuff that we're talking about are bigger than just a program that we might do or might not do. I agree with you that I think we should be involved as time permits for us. A lot of the stuff also starts at home, whoever the person is that is in charge of our kids, right? Is to say, these are the norms. This is the norms that we behave. And if we all do our part, then I think we will be a healthier community. And we have been healthier in the past, and I think we can get back to it. But it does start. It's not just. I think Mayor Gore said we are one part of the equation. We're not the only part of the equation.
And yeah, program there's not the answer, but the success of the program is extended out to build a relationship with the child and extend it back to the parent. Those are the successful programs that you draw the parents into, and they volunteer as well. So I agree. And that's what I did years ago with something called a drill team. Started off with 60 girls, but I got to know over 90 parents who supported us in a tremendous way. So, but you got to extend that arm somewhere. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
There are no hands raised right now, so I do have a question. Well, Mr. Altman, can you make a note, please, to see if Chief, if when the analyst gets back, I don't know how possible it is, but it'd be interesting to see what the average age is for some of those fire incidents that you have in your heat map. I don't know for the ones that you have made arrests for. I don't know if we can possibly try to capture that, because it'd be interesting to see what the average age is that's committing some of these repeat offenses. I'm sure you know off the top of your head, roughly.
Yeah, well, actually, let me see if I'm sitting at my desk. So I've actually had that. I know juvenile arrests are very low numbers. I think in the 20s or 5 to 20. It's not very high. It's mostly as an adult. Now, some of them we have known when they were juveniles, and we saw that. We saw the picture on the wall, or at least my officer saw the picture on the wall some time ago. But most of our arrests are in the 18 plus years of age. But I do not know on top of my head. I know I've had that number run in the past for Miss Crack has run for me in the past. But I can take a look at that and get that information to the council.
Thank you. The thing that I was going to point out in regards to the perception of police, the thing is, I agree with you, Cameron's Landing. You know, people say they want to see the presence, but what I get from Jackson Farm, Kipax, and Cameron's Landing is, you know, they want to address loud noise, they want to address speeding, and things of this nature. So if you see a police officer parked on the side in Kipax, they're probably doing speeding or things of that nature. So I guess it's a comment / question. If citizens want there to be that level of support in regards to speeding, loud noise, then they're going to have to be spread out around the city. Do you think we really need to have additional, I'm not being sarcastic when I ask this, like a legit question. Do we need to have additional like support to be able to capture that full time? Because you can't sit there all day and if there's a call come, you need to respond and go in other part of the city. So sometimes people feel like, you know, I see them, but I don't see them, but you have to spread out your manpower. Is that clear? Is that comment / question clear?
I'm not sure. Let me see if I don't think based on where we are today, that will be effective for us to just, you know, do a certain neighborhood and just do speed enforcement and not look for things that are a lot more harmful than speeding. I mean, speeding is harmful. I think we want to aim to be at a community life where we are focusing on those loud music calls, speed enforcement, because we don't have other issues. I think today, if I were to just send people and say, okay, we do speed enforcement obviously because we have complaints from counselors and citizens saying, you know, we have issues on this street. So we do, as time permit, go to those locations, but that's unlike other jurisdictions, that's not a primary focus for us because that's not the primary issue that's affecting us. So
yes, that answers it.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
No, you got it. Thank you. I mean, because that is the thing that I hear most often is, you know, I complain about speeding. I'm like, okay, well, we'll do I'll get Mr. Butler to come out here. We'll do a traffic count. We'll do all that stuff. But then I come back and I say, well, I don't see officers sitting here enforcing. They should be sitting here doing tickets. And it's like, okay. Or we see often people are complaining more and more about loud music. And it's like, okay, do you want them to focus on this or do you want them to focus on the shots fired incidents? You know, or do we need to literally hire someone to just does tickets? I mean, what is it that you want us to do type of thing? But I think you answered it very well when you said, you know, that right now the priority is to address the I guess the situations that can cause more community harm. Maybe that's not the perfect way.
Let me just say a thing about loud noise issues. That's very annoying if you are the recipient of that. So we're not ignoring it. We actually just spent some money because actually the code is 24/7 for loud noise. So just this past week, we ordered 4 noise meters because our other noise meter, because that's the way the code is written, we have to use noise meters to find a violation. So we have them. We're hoping that we will distribute them tomorrow. So each shift will have a noise meter for those calls where it is, and you know, is maybe in the big scheme of things, might not be the most urgent, but obviously if you're the recipient or at the receiving end of that, you know, somebody playing the music so loudly that you can't even go to sleep, I can understand the frustration. So it's not like we're not focusing on that, we're ignoring it. Our focus is one direction. When we get a call, we will respond to that, and we're going to make sure that we have the functioning noise meter so we can actually enforce our noise ordinance that's on the books.
Thank you. And my last thing is, Mr. Altman, can you see if meet with the chief in regards to options that we can look at trying to engage those citizens that sign up to be more involved in the city in regards to community safety? Perhaps that's not maybe something that we can do right now, but trying to get them involved in the government because they all did sign up to say they wanted to be active participants. So maybe come back with some options. You bring back the other information.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so this kind of bleeds into SB 7, which is neighborhood policing. Chief talked about earlier, council funded 2 positions. I'm putting this back on here just to make sure that we have council is solidified in their position that we're doing 2 position officers now. I'll give this to the city manager to explain, because we were typing the agenda. He pretty much had to articulate this for me to write down because I kept getting the numbers mixed up. But I put this up here to say maybe council may want to consider adding another position or 2 to maybe be able to have that community police officer presence that kind of Councilor Pelham was talking about. Maybe if we could split it between the wards, I don't know, but I'm just saying with what we're hearing, what people are saying, then there is a need to add more officers if that is what you are trying to achieve. Mr. Altman.
So at your October meeting, Chief and I presented a plan to council. My cover memo over the Chief's memo. Chief's memo was a multi-fiscal year phased plan to add additional patrol and additional dispatchers, and to create a community engagement team citywide. So for dispatch, the request was for 8 new full-time positions, 4 dispatchers, and 4 supervisors. So, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, that would give you 4 dispatchers per shift. So we were trying to shoot for that.
Correct.
What we did at the meeting was council allowed us to convert 2 part-time dispatchers to full-time positions. We ran into a slight snag in that one of our part-time dispatchers really wants to remain part-time. So we will convert the two positions to full-time, and we want to be able to keep the dispatcher so we can create a part-time dispatch position, keep that person in there because that person's one of a valuable member of our team. And that helps us get closer to the number that we need to have. Overall, right now, there would be a need for 6 full-time positions or 5.5 full-time, 5.5 positions, because we have the 1 part-time position to get us to where Chief feels we need to be to provide the level of service and have a supervisor on every shift, which we don't have right now, and dispatchers to be able to handle calls. So, and I've heard it from people about, dispatch they were rude or they were short with me. Well, if we've got a lot going on right now, we only have 2 people in there trying to juggle all those calls, and they're trying to get through it as quickly as possible. Now, if they're just flat rude and disrespectful, that's a different issue. And as the chief has told me, all of those calls are recorded. So if someone has a negative interaction, let us know. We can go back and listen to the call. But we have to remember that it's a very stressful position, and at times there's a lot going on that they're trying to juggle multiple calls at one point in time. And right now there's just 2 of them sitting in there at a time. And that's why we need to get to 4 in there so we can just distribute that workload a little bit better. In addition, Chief had identified a need for 14 additional officer positions. 6 of those were patrol officers and 8 were the community policing effort. Of those, so that would be 1 community policing officer per ward and a sergeant to oversee that effort. And that was a total of 14 positions. Council did vote in October to allow us to create 2 additional full-time officer positions, fund those positions, the equipment and the vehicles needed to support those positions. And then we have a plan to come back with the FY22 budget request in the coming year and in subsequent years to phase in to get us to those full 14, that complement of 14 positions, which would include 4 additional patrol officers at this point in time and the 8 community policing officers. Now, having said that, if the COPS grant program, which is a Department of Justice program that provides funding to offset salaries, and Chief can correct me, it's kind of like it's 100% that the feds pay year 1, and it steps down, and it might be 80 or 60 the following year, or 60, 40 the following year, and then the city would take on the full amount of the cost after that point in time. And that would allow us to add positions and ease our burden over time as we plan towards future budget years. So that would be an option that's out there. And if that becomes available again, and sometimes they open the COPS grant up for positions, and sometimes they open it up for other things. If they open it up again this year for positions, certainly we will bring that back to council prior to the budget, because the applications would be due but prior to budget formula, the finalization, for council's consideration as we move forward. So, and having said that, there's also a similar program for fire, the SAFER grant, and guaranteed you'll hear from them at the same time. But to address the issues that we have right here, there's an option for us, but we also have a phase plan and to get more people on the street. And we know, and I've said, and the chief has said, and you've heard us, ultimately, while we can put an officer on every corner, that's not going to be the solution. The PD can't be our solution to our problems. And some of that comes involved in the next topic. But there is an effort, and I'll let the chief discuss the importance of community policing and getting into our neighborhoods for us to move in that direction. And we know that we were there at one point in time with dedicated officers. And right now, please correct me if I'm wrong, chief, we have 2 officers that are dedicated to community policing, but we really want to have a complement to have 1 in each ward that then establishes that relationship with people in each ward, and have that sergeant to supervise that. And then those folks provide us support and work with folks in the community, because they're there all the time. They make those relationships, and it helps build everything that we've been talking about previously on community outreach. This group would certainly help in that direction. So chief, with that, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Allman. Yes, currently we do have 2 community engagement police officers that we took a patrol. We shortened patrol so we can actually have the relationship. And this event coming up on Saturday, that's their baby. They took the ball, ran with it. They knew the need for the community, and they worked with corporate partners, and I think got like 33,000 pounds of pre-cooked chicken donated. Randolph Market is donating money towards it. Food Lion is, and they have a couple of Sam's Good Club is, and there's another company that my mind escapes me as to. They're also there, and some citizens were going to help us distribute, package the meal, and obviously all of you guys are invited on Saturday to hand out meals to the members of the community that show up who have a need, and then we're going to work with Food Bank. But that is the essence. I think a lot of the stuff that Council you're referring to about making inroads with the community, I think does start with having dedicated individuals who are a little bit of a different. They're the same breed, but they have a little bit of different mentality in them, and we do have those officers that have that, the desire to serve other, and making sure that no one is left behind as much as we can. So I think that will be a very important part of coming out of the cycle that we're in. Of making inroads, whether it's, and we can utilize them, whether for PAL program that I think Councilor Pelham you talked about, or other programs where we are interacting, because they are not going to be, their time is not managed by the radio. Their time is managed by projects, because we will have different set of officers for handling the calls for service that do come in every day. From a dispatch perspective, obviously, the city manager talked about us just getting to the level where our colleagues are in this area. Prince George, Colonial Heights, Petersburg, they're all at 4. That gives us the ability to, one is to allow people time off without drafting somebody else on overtime basis to cover a shift. Just the basic being able to get off, but then also have more times than not, have call takers who are separate than people who are dispatching calls. Because right now, when 10 calls are coming in at the same time because shots fired are called, the same individuals are handling those calls, dispatching police officers and dispatching our fire and EMS personnel to the same call. You can imagine the stress that puts on them. So that's part of the grand plan. But again, that will pale comparison to your next topic, which is some of the socioeconomic factors and how to get people on much better footing and foundation. So the norms get a little changed quite a bit from that. So I'm open to questions on any of that topic.
Okay.
Please.
I thought there was gonna be some, because there was conversation about trying.
One
Okay, go ahead.
question is that, when you talk about phasing in, Mr. Altman, we've approved the 2 for this additional for this fiscal year. Are you talking about phasing in some right now again for this fiscal year, or are we gonna look at phasing them in with the money match of new revenue? Because you can phase them in, but you gotta match revenue with it, or you gotta consider going up on taxes. If you can give us a chart or something so that we can measure how we can phase it in, where the money's coming from each time, so that we'll know if it's coming from the unrestricted funds, or is it going to be for a tax raise? So I think that's something that we need before we actually vote to approve this process overall. I would like to see those numbers, how we're going to do it.
So Councilor Pelham, we're looking at a phased approach through fiscal year budgeting. We don't have a recommendation at this point to come back for additional officers than during this fiscal year. It will be part of your FY22 budget conversation.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, so you will present that during starting, I guess, in January, whenever we start up the budget process?
Yes, ma'am. And if the COPS grant becomes available, and that would be,
yeah,
we'll have to make that decision prior to the budget being adopted, but you'll have time because they give, the federal government gives us money to pay the salaries. So it might be year 1, those salaries don't cost us anything, and we have to look at FY23 to begin to phase that money in, but we get 22 for free out of the federal government. So we'll look at all of those opportunities and make sure that we do it in a very fiscally conservative manner to make sure that we have revenues to address the additional expenditures that would be required.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so this was put up there for the public that was asking about community presence. I think that covered it well. Unless council wants to take any other action, is pretty much going to wait until the next fiscal budget cycle, which will be adopted in June, the latest, to take effect in July. So this is for the public that's been asking regarding increased officers or police presence. It seems like as of right now, it's just going to stay with the 2 additional officers council passed.
And may I ask a question again, ma'am?
Mm-hmm.
The 2 community officers, do they cover the entire city now, or are they concentrated in the hot spots?
No, they cover the entire city. Obviously, where they go, wherever we have some projects going on. So, but no, they're for the entire city.
Okay. And with the baskets that you're giving out as well, is there any way that would it be too last minute to maybe put a message in each package so the family can read a message from some of the officers saying thanks to them for being great citizens, or whatever, something positive, something they can give to them to try to start building that relationship? And
yeah, actually, no, it's not too late because we haven't started doing that. But what a great idea that we can maybe put something there from officers.
Something positive, just to say that we really appreciate you, or something. Just a thought.
And we can probably work on that. Just a matter of there'll be a lot of meals that we're putting together because based on the donations that we're getting. So I'll talk to. I think some of my staff might be listening in. So we'll talk to them tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
What time is that again?
12 to 4 is when we're going to be we'll be open and handing out the meals, a drive-through at Hopewell High School. So you're all welcome to come down and
participate. You have a flyer on your Facebook, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I think on your weekly report, I believe the manager sent that flyer to all the council.
I just want to get it off the Facebook and share it on my page. Okay.
It's on the Facebook.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I sent it as a PDF if y'all wanted to put it in an email or post it or however you need it. So if you need it in a different form, just let us know because we're more than happy to give it to you so y'all can share with all of your folks on your
Can you
social
give it to me
networks.
in Word, because I don't like the way it prints off in PDFs. If you can give
Okay.
it, I can print off in color and I'll give it to convenience stores.
Yeah, I think I originally got it in Word, so I'll email it to all council in the Word document form.
Thank you. And
Okay.
if you have a convenience store in your area, any ward, if y'all take it by there and ask them to post it, they probably will in their window so people will see it coming in and out.
All right, so the last major item that we have is the social economic factors to address crime. So this is put on here because the chief says it, the city manager's been saying it, and then now you see council members saying it, that we need to address social economic factors. But some of us have been placing items on the agenda to begin the work on doing this. And with the increase in crime, what we have going on with COVID-19, I just don't think that we should just say it as like saying, okay, we can't police our way out of this. We have to address social economic factors. What is council going to do about these social economic factors, right? How are we going to support the police department and the other departments to address the needs of the community? And so I'm glad that Ms. Griffin's still on the line. This is not to go in depth regarding this opportunity, but I'm talking to city manager. I feel like it's important for us to try to have the conversation now with the community in regards to how to address some of their needs. So social economic factors, many of us have shared, it's poverty, it's housing, substance abuse, education, job opportunity, the things that influence your quality of life, and in many instances, your health. And so we had Seeds of Opportunity grant last year. That was, we have a plan, and Mr. Dane, Mr. Altman, Mr. Reed Miller, and Ms. Griffin worked on that. We have the template for community engagement group, but we never got the green light to implement the plan once it was completed. In the midst of trying to get some action on that, there was the situation with COVID-19 in regards to trying to educate the community through the health equity program through the governor's office. And we were trying to find someone from the state that could do a community webinar to also talk to staff about equity, but then also the community. And throughout that process, we were unable to do it, but in talking to Ms. Griffin, I shared that I was really trying to find someone who can talk about health equity and explain it, because that goes back into social economic factors. And through that conversation, she recommended that we talk to Dr. Royster and partners from the Cameron Foundation, because they help do the health and cultural chapter within our comprehensive plan. Through that conversation, we met with them to talk about them partnering to do a webinar with us. And in that discussion, we pretty much just started talking about all the stuff that we had in the city in regards to different initiatives that really do address socioeconomic factors, but we're not really to utilize them to their fullest extent, and how they nicely fit together to really create a comprehensive blanket of support for the community. And in that conversation, we were made aware that there was a grant opportunity that we could apply for in regards to addressing community health and socioeconomic factors. The deadline was within like 2 weeks, I think, from notification. I could be wrong, but Ms. Griffin, you can unmute your microphone. But it was a quick turnaround time to be able to get this grant application in. And so what we did was we pitched, if we could find a way to take all of the assets that the city has currently in place to address some needs in the community, what would it take for us to be able to really implement this work? Because we have Complete Streets, which talks about walkable, bikeable communities, the roads. We have the Hill Committee, the Hill Resolution. We have the Local Foods, Local Places in partnership, the Hopewell Downtown Partnership. We have the new project with VCU coming down the pipe. We have all these different pieces, the Early Child Education Grant, the Seeds Opportunity Grant. They all work well together. But we just don't have the bandwidth and the manpower to really take full advantage of these things. So we said, what could we do? And so the thought was, well, if we can create this process to be able to put this stuff into work, we would need someone to help leverage these assets that we have. And so we applied for the grant, and we were successful at obtaining it. And so it's to look at social determinants of health, community, improving individual and community health by working on social economic factors. And so this is on here tonight because we will give a full presentation at a later date, but this is on here tonight and talking with the city manager. We can start the work in establishing some of these neighborhood councils that the grant spoke about, to try to get citizens together, to say what are the issues within their neighborhoods that are affecting their quality of life. Going back to what the chief said about the broken window syndrome, going back to what Ms. Griffin's work is right now regarding COVID-19. And we know that, and if you look at the agenda, we know that the eviction moratorium is about to end. Unemployment numbers are about to go higher because the unemployment benefits are about to run out. We know utility cutoff waivers are about to expire. We have food insecurity issues. We just talked about the police department giving a meal program. We have ongoing homeless issues, public education. We have in-person versus virtual, and parents having to struggle with that while maintaining their jobs and educating their children. We have vaccinations coming up. We have Wi-Fi access, all these things, many of which were here prior to COVID-19. They're just exacerbated at this time. So the thought process was, if we can get the neighborhood councils established with this nonprofit group in Richmond, we can be able to start to get that data back to figure out what we can really work on. And I'll say that the thought process was, we will use a similar process like the heat maps that the chief displayed. We talked about this before with Seize Opportunity. Ms. Griffin's office purchased the Building Blocks app with the approval of council to be able to get that data in the system. So if we start mapping these socioeconomic factors, we can identify which neighborhoods to address first, then go in there to establish neighborhood councils and really start the work. I'm going to pass over to Ms. Griffin to see if for her additional comments regarding this. But the thought process of this tonight was to not go through the grant in full, but to really say there is a great opportunity right now to start the work on trying to establish these neighborhood groups to address what's going on within their communities, within their neighborhoods right now. And we keep talking about crime, and we keep talking about, oh, it's a symptom, but what are we doing about it right now? Ms. Griffin.
We've run out of time.
What? She didn't say 9:30. She just said until we finish the agenda.
Yeah, I did.
Ms. Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor Gore. I really don't have much to add. You did a wonderful job in summarizing what the grant is about. It's a $50,000 grant from the Cameron Foundation. And speaking with Dr. Vorster, whom Mayor Gore mentioned, was very instrumental in pretty much writing the health chapter in the comprehensive plan. We spoke with him and we just talked to him about all the various initiatives we were working on, and himself and Ms. Liggins from the Cameron Foundation really felt the city was in a position to apply for this grant. And this grant looks at health equity through several lenses: health and wellness, public safety, specifically dealing with the reentry of persons from incarceration, looking at equity and opportunity, food access, education and workforce, and community wealth building. And if some of these things sound familiar, they sound familiar because we've talked about them in the comprehensive plan. They were mentioned in the strategic plan, and also mentioned when we had the town meetings, the town halls. Cities of Opportunity also was mentioned, and it was something that kind of piggybacked on all of these items. And also, even before then, with the active eating and, healthy eating and active living. So we've been talking about these concepts for a while. So I'm excited about the grant opportunity. one of the things that I realized is that even within the development department or the police department, we have so many initiatives going on that we really could not get our hands around this. And so the help from this grant, I think, will really boost this initiative forward and kind of give us a great foundation and looking at especially the data. You all know that you approved the building block software. I have a meeting with that team on November, actually it's Thursday at 3:00. I have an update meeting with them. They've already started pulling the data from our various departments. We're trying to work now to get data from our utility departments. And what that is going to do is give us the opportunity to look in real time at data as it happens in the city. And it's updated on a 24-hour basis. And this will help us. So when council asks us for information or when we want to see where we should be focusing our efforts, we will be able to see that in real time. It will also provide us data on health. The health data is not provided on a census block. It's actually provided by census block. And so we'll be able to see that and add that to the maps. So I don't want to get into detail, but we are moving forward with the building blocks and are moving forward. We have our first meeting with the Cameron Foundation to discuss the details of the grant on November the 30th. And I think that is at 9 a.m. So after we speak to them, this will be our first meeting with them after being told that we are recipients of the grant. And so after that, we will be able to brief council on what they will have us to do to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pelham and then Councillor Randolph.
Oh, excuse me, I think mine was last time.
Okay, Councillor Randolph.
Ms. Griffin, I know that this normally when you go after grants that are not matching grants, that the city doesn't always let the council know up front. However, before you all will be meeting on this grant, I wonder if you could do a write-up for us. What I'm looking at is trying to understand what you are continuing to work on. As the director of development, you have a lot on your shoulders, and I just want to make sure, because we have been looking at an upgrade in our rental inspection program and also a big project on our code, I guess, revamp. And I know you're short-staffed as well. Not that I don't want all of this to get worked on, but I'd like to see what this is going to entail for your department, you and other people in the city, and a better understanding for council as a whole as to what this program would be, and for council to have input on the planned timeframe that you're looking at for this, and any major aspects of it, such as set up of different neighborhood groups or whatever. I'm wondering if you could give us a little bit of a synopsis, not tonight, but before our next council meeting, on the details of what the entire program would look like, for what this grant will be used for, and the health equity and other things. Because certainly City of Opportunity, that was last year, we haven't heard much about in recent months. And I'd like for us to all on council understand what's going on if we could. And if you can help us do that, you and Mr. Altman could make sure that council's up to date on that. I would appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Councilor Randolph, we said this twice in the presentation that we're meeting with the Cameron Foundation, and that information will be relayed to council to go through everything that you just asked for. I think the city manager said it, I said it, and then Ms. Griffin said it. So it'll be premature to go through all of writing a report and doing this before the next council meeting, when we're having a meeting scheduled to flesh out all those details to bring back to council for council's approval and support and to give direction. So once that has been finalized, that information will be forthcoming to council for sure. And then also, because we need direction from the body. But Mr. Altman, we had a conversation earlier in terms of manpower. One of the things with this grant, we can be able to potentially hire someone to do this initiative. And that was what was going to be brought back to council as well. But we talked about potentially expanding or bringing back the community planner. Can you share that information as well? Because we talked about the need to, prior to this, provide support for that department because they're doing COVID-19, doing all these other projects. I know last meeting I talked about the rental inspection program myself when we were talking about historic properties. So certainly I do agree that there's other things that are priority, but I've had on the agenda for like the past 4 months to look at additional staffing for this office in general, which is why we're so fortunate to be able to get this grant, because we can do that without having that conversation with council. But the community planner, you said that maybe that could be a way to spread some of this stuff out, correct? With or without this grant?
Yeah, so yes, ma'am. So Ms. Griffin, who is in the meeting this evening with us, was our first neighborhood planner. We created that position to essentially, we had gone through the process of doing the citywide neighborhood strategic plan, identifying issues throughout the city. Then we went ahead and developed the B Village neighborhood plan and how that would work. And we knew from a staffing perspective that in order for the staff, the city, the council to really address issues at a neighborhood level, we needed more resources. We couldn't do it with the staff that we had at the time, which is essentially, well, what Ms. Griffin has today is a little bit more than we had at the time. We had myself as director and we had a senior planner. That was it from a planning perspective. Code enforcement was still over in the fire department. So we had just 2 people to try to lift all of these items. And she has that now from a planning perspective. So we created that neighborhood planning position and hired Ms. Griffin to handle beginning to the implementation of neighborhood planning and getting into the neighborhoods to have those conversations with the stakeholders about the concerns of their specific neighborhood, beyond what we found out when we did the citywide conversation, because we really can't go into a neighborhood and tell 8 people what's wrong with their neighborhood. They need to tell us. We need to let them volunteer that information, and to handle our CDBG program, because ultimately, in a lot of instances, those 2 issues are going to overlap. So we would have the person handling the CDBG program and the implementation of those funds directly involved with reaching out and providing inroads and conversations with our neighborhoods. So while code enforcement garners a great deal of discussion, because it's an on the surface issue, it is what people see and stares at them in their face. So fortunately, council has seen fit to add the zoning enforcement officer, which is in Tavia's office. And previously we implemented the rental inspection program. When we did that, we talked about, we had we started with one rental inspection area, and we proposed a full-time staff person to do rental inspection and a part-time admin person to help with the administrative work, getting letters out and the like. When that program came from fire over to development, the inspectors came, but the admin portion was taken away. So the admin support for that program was there. But those rental inspection issues are on the surface. The neighborhood planner intent was to really get beyond the surface and get into the underlying issues within neighborhoods to really work to resolve and provide solutions to those problems. So in order for us to truly start the work beyond the superficial, and not that it isn't important, But to really delve into these issues, we're going to have more resource. And whether that resource is full-time staff positions, part-time staff positions, or a contracted out position with an organization or a group that can come in and provide assistance, we're just going to have those resources at some point in time. So while everyone talks about, and it is important to get good code enforcement, to be proactive, and that takes staff. This is also going to take staff, because we've had some counselors this evening mention the level of work on Mrs. Griffin and her staff today. Well, for one reason or another, planning is always the place that an issue winds up when it doesn't fit neatly into another department. Well, it isn't really a fire issue. It isn't a police issue. It isn't this. Well, let's give it to planning. And that ultimately comes from the fact that planning from a profession touches on a lot of different areas in our communities. So it's kind of logical, but a lot of times we don't put the staff resources behind it that we think they're needed, or we don't think there's needed. We just say, hey, here's another project for you to handle. And we have to be mindful that if we want real results, we got to have the people to help make that happen. So, Ms. Griffin and I have discussed in the past the need to reestablish that position and look to hire that position so we can make true inroads. And there's probably going to be the need for additional staff. And as we get into these discussions about these underlying issues in the community, it may be the need to add positions in other departments that ultimately that team, that cross departmental team that we've created works together, and you add more pieces to that team so we can get more work done in those areas, because there's a lot of work to be done. And I think the kind of the terminology that I used when we were talking about it this morning was with code enforcement, with chief's activities and police, and I'm not diminishing those, you're kind of treating the symptoms of the disease. You're reacting to what we're seeing on the surface. That neighborhood planner and other type positions that are looking at the underlying issues is more like treating the actual disease itself, not the symptoms on the surface. So we need to kind of treat the symptoms, but we also need to spend some time and focus on the actual disease and the cause of that disease, so we can make strong inroads into our neighborhoods and create healthy neighborhoods throughout the city and have positive outcomes for everyone in our community.
And thank you for that. And I'll just wrap with the presentation saying that, again, there'll be an in-depth presentation to answer all the questions and provide a full scope of what was applied for, what the Camera Foundation is looking at trying to do for City Council. I know right now we just started the meeting talking about COVID-19. Ms. Griffin's office has to get those numbers for the rest of our CARES Act funding, and that takes priority over anything else because we have a deadline that we need to meet by the end of December. But most important for Council for December 9th, which is around the corner, about how we're going to use the rest of our funding. So this wasn't the ideal way to share this information with Council, but I wanted the public to know, along with Council, that when we're talking about socioeconomic factors, that keeps coming up whenever we talk about crime. I've seen Council members post that we have a pending opportunity that we can really start to do some work regarding this, and I look forward to us providing the information that Councilor Randolph requested during that meeting in December when we provide the full update to Council. There's an opportunity right now to try to get some of these neighbors together to start talking about citizen engagement. And quite frankly, Mr. Altman, I might have answered my own question earlier. Maybe that's where we can pull some of these citizens from that crime summit meeting, that list of names, to start those neighborhood councils, But yeah, the information will be coming forthcoming to Council in December, because the biggest priority right now is to get that COVID information lined up. But we can forward the grant application to everyone now so that can be read over. And if you have any ideas or information that you need before the meeting so we can look over it, then certainly send it on. That kind of ties back to the last item, which is the funding allocation. I see your hand. with the funding allocations and the potential reallocation of funds. With this grant position, we'll be able to, what we asked for was to be able to use some money to be able to hire someone who can provide that support for overseeing this. And Ms. Griffin, I thought we also included a request for possibly doing stipends for the citizens that might be engaged in trying to be a part of their government.
Yes, that's correct. That was a part of the grant application, and we actually put Mr. Altman put the grant application in the consent agenda at your last meeting that was approved. We announced the grant award.
Yep. Thank you. I forgot about that. So council does have that information already. It was on the last agenda. You're correct. Thank you. So for those who are asking questions or need further clarification, please go back and look at your last agenda packet and look at the consent agenda because it was in there. But me bringing this up about the COVID funding, there might be opportunity if we can look at that or brainstorm it, think it over about potentially using some of our funds to look at providing additional support for this initiative, because most of the factors that people are that's gonna be flagged are gonna tie back to what has been exacerbated due to COVID-19. Councilor Randolph.
Thank you. While I appreciate you telling me what's going to be forthcoming in the December 8th, I still have a right to ask Mr. Altman and Ms. Griffin to give all of council a little update. I don't need a full-blown report, but I am concerned that we are moving forward with something that council doesn't have a full, clear understanding of. The same way when I came on council that Cities of Opportunity had been approved by a previous council. And when we discussed it, things were moving forward and then we heard nothing about it. I am going to still ask, and I have the right to ask and receive something for an update for all of council. Ms. Griffin, again, I don't expect a full-blown report, but yes, the Cameron Foundation application or the grant criteria would be nice, but also I'm also concerned on the amount of work and staffing that you have, and that council as a whole make a decision on priorities. I think all of these things are priorities. However, we need to determine as a council what our priorities are until your staffing can maintain all of these things and to do them. So I would appreciate some kind of an update between now and our meeting in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. And to give us something more than what we've gotten tonight, just to understand what we're forthcoming and can expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? I do have a question about this, Mr. Altman. So although council has the right to request stuff tonight, members of council requested information that we've requested before from other staffers. And it takes time to get those things. We're still waiting. So I hope this goes to the bottom of the list of asks that's been previously requested for data information. I know that Councilor Randolph has a strong urge to get this information, which is great. No one's denying her that, but it should fall in line with the other requests that were requested previously that still haven't been done because everyone is stretched thin. With that being said, the grant information has been provided to council, the scope of work, the ideas. What was also relayed tonight is that there's an upcoming meeting to finalize things to bring back to council for consideration. Everything that has been created thus far is readily available. So I'm not sure what other information report would be drawn up that's not already received, council's already received or will be getting after that meeting with the Cameron Foundation. Am I missing something different?
Are you speaking to me?
I'm asking Mr. Altman, because if council has the grant application, nothing else is going to happen until the Cameron Foundation meets to give some parameters. Those parameters are going to be brought back to City Council. City Council will decide how to move forward. What other report information can be provided in 2 weeks that is not already obtained?
So I just was looking at the last agenda to make sure. So there, the Ms. Griffin had a memo to council regarding the grant and a copy of the grant application in there. I just wanted to make sure that the grant application was actually in the packet. I think in order, I think it would be probably, we certainly need to let, because council as a whole, not just Councilor Randolph, but council as a whole hasn't been fully briefed on the grant. And from my perspective, I certainly want to hear what Cameron Foundation has to say with regard to the parameters they're going to put on us and what needs to be done. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the date of that meeting, Ms. Griffin.
It's November 30th.
November 30th.
Yes,
So we should be in a position to have something and really to be able to discuss, because we're going to have to budget and appropriate the funds at your December meeting. So we should be in a position to have the item on the agenda for the December 8th meeting for council to budget and appropriate the funds. And we can give a formal presentation of the grant and what we've learned from Cameron from on the 30th. And then of course that would be in your agenda packet prior to when it went out the week, Thursday prior to the meeting. So that was actually one of the items that I had on my running list for the December 8th meeting. And that's one of the items that I have is for the budget and appropriation of those funds. So we'll need to bring that to council for formal action. And I think that would probably be an ideal time to have an overall presentation to council, all members of council, to discuss the grant.
I'm not looking for just grant information. I'm looking for what else she's also working on, which doesn't need to be in our next agenda. So I'd appreciate that before the next agenda. That department is what I was talking about as a whole.
Certainly, but again, it should go with everybody else's request.
Everybody else's requests. Why are you questioning mine?
I'm not questioning. I'm just making sure you understand the time frame, because, like I said earlier, you're demanding. I want. Let me finish.
I'm asking for something like Mrs. Pelham asked for lots of stuff tonight, and other counselors have asked. I'm just asking for something to be given.
Let me be very clear. No one is denying your request. Let me be very clear with you. I'm not denying your request. I don't have the authority. Let me finish speaking. I'm not implying that. All I'm saying is you demanded an answer in 2 weeks to have a full report. At the same time, you're saying that you think she's overworked. And then all I'm saying is if she's overworked, you're demanding something in 2 weeks. Mind you, other people have requests. Let me finish my sentence. 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 And what I'm saying is other people, Councilor Randolph, let me finish my sentence, please. Other people have requests prior to you. And so I said, make sure that goes in order of everyone else's requests.
But you've never asked that to anybody else that has questions.
No one else demanded a time frame other than you.
I asked for something.
Nobody else demanded to do something by a certain time because they asked for it.
That is not true. And you know it. So
I know it. That's why I'm saying it. But we're done with the conversation. You'll get your request in a timely fashion like everybody else.
I asked for something. I did not demand it. I have the right to ask.
I wanted in 2 weeks before the next meeting. I'm just reminding you that you're one counselor.
Everything that I asked for.
That's right. That's right. No one's denying it. You're one counselor. You're one counselor. I asked for stuff. Denton asked for stuff. Pelham asked for stuff. Parton asked for stuff. No one said this. I want it by this day. So I just remind you, you'll get it in the time frame as everybody else. That's it.
I will get it when
you'll get it. You will get it. Thank you, guys. So is there another question regarding SB? We'll move on to SB 9. So the allocation of the remaining funds. Mr. Altman talked about the need to look at how we are using the rest of our CARES Act funding. In regards to the deadline for December 30th. There might be a need to shift funds around so that way we'll be able to be creative about how we can make a more lasting effect in regards to how we're using the money. And so I'll ask Mr. Altman just to briefly talk about this, but this is why the grant was put up above this is to say, hey, there might be an opportunity for us to be really creative about how we're utilizing our funds. We might be able to hire someone to do a crisis support to reduce the stress in the planning department. We might be able to be creative about our policing. We might be able to be creative about some of the other things going on in the community. And so that's why this is still on here, to say now that we had a full conversation about what we have, we talked about what's going to be the benefits and support for residents that may be expiring soon, regards eviction, unemployment, XYZ. What can we look at trying to be creative so we can, address socioeconomic factors while still taking care of COVID-19, because they're all tied together. Mr. Altman.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. As we discussed earlier, we know that there are going to be some opportunities within our budget with not being able to, while we had all the good intentions in the world to make everything happen as quickly as possible, sometimes they just don't happen. And we know there's going to be some funds that are going to be available, and we're going to have to talk about the reallocation of those funds. And you have some opportunities there. We have to expend our funds and have them out the door by December 30th, provided there isn't any action by Congress to give us a later date. And again, I'll put in a plug: contact your congressman, ask them to make something happen, contact a senator, because it would be really helpful, because we know this isn't going to stop on December 30th. So we need to look at how can we utilize our funds to be able to further our efforts. So when Ms. Griffin gave her presentation earlier about the homeless program and the rent, mortgage, and utility program, there was a CDBG number up there that we've gotten CDBG COVID money. So that our option there is we're trying to spend CARES money first, CDBG COVID money, we have a longer time frame to spend. So some of those programs are going to be able to spill over into the new year. And when I say new year, I'm talking December 31st and beyond, basically on the non-CARES year. But we're going to look at and have some conversation on ways that we can use our money. And if we use our money, does it free up any money that might be able to be utilized to provide assistance? And certainly some of the things that we could do in the short term between now and December 30, you could look at, and we have this issue that we've talked about here with food insecurity. So is there a desire to consider another donation to the food bank, or a donation to, it used to be called the Shepherd's Place, and it's not called that anymore, but to help with clothing for individuals? Is there a way that we can make some payments and looking at how we're moving forward? We know, and just looking down the list, we are providing the ongoing testing, and we will continue to do that through the last week of December and spend those funds as best as possible. But we know we've got some additional public education expenses that are going to be coming to us, and we'll continue to work with schools to see if there's anything else that we can assist with. And knowing that they've gotten some of their own CARES money, but how can we assist with doing this? There's a conversation that we've had internally about hazard pay, utilization of funds for public first responder salaries. But there's a conversation here about vaccination distribution. Ben Rupert, our emergency management coordinator, is one of the people on a team with the Crater Health District to talk about a community-wide vaccination program. So we're having some conversations regarding that as to how we can do that. And we may end up purchasing some equipment now that we could utilize when the vaccines come out next year that could help us. So we're looking at all of our opportunities. We've got to have a little more discussion internally. I've got a question that I need answered before I'm comfortable having a conversation with council to make sure that what I'm thinking we're allowed to do within the CARES Act. And we had a little bit of a conversation today about that, and we're going to have another conversation tomorrow just to kind of look at if what I'm thinking we might be able to do, we can do. And if we can't, I want to be very clear. we are doing everything with our CARES money with the vein of when we get audited, and whether that's next year, 3 years, or 5 years from now by the feds on this CARES money expenditures, we want to be in a position where we're not having to pay any money back. And while we've had some really good ideas from people on staff, I have kind of shot a few down because I think we're getting along the edge, and I don't want to get on that edge and then get told 5 years from now, oh, sorry, you've got to pay that money back because it wasn't an eligible expense based on our review. We don't want to put the city in that position. Some larger communities with much more flexibility than we have can skate that edge if they want, but we're not going to put the city in any kind of position to do that at all. So we're going to circle the wagons a little bit. And I would certainly suggest that council think about some things that you may want to do. The suggestion this evening about monies for nonprofits came up. So look at what you're thinking. We're going to bring back some proposals, and certainly I hope council has some proposals, and we can have a good discussion on the 8th as to how we move forward and what we can do to spend all of our money and help our citizens receive the benefits and assistance that they need.
And if we don't do anything on the 8th, we'll have to have like another special meeting. So basically, if anyone has any ideas that wasn't shared tonight, make sure you get them in so you can vet them and we can make a decision on the 8th, correct?
Absolutely. I don't want to be in a position of us, if you can get it to us early, it's better, because then we can look at the act, make sure it's something that we can or can't do. I don't want to be in a position of not coming up with something on the fly and then us moving forward and finding out later on that, well, we shouldn't have done that. We're going to probably have to pay that money back. So I'd like to, if you can get it to us, council members, as early as possible, that would be greatly appreciated. And we can vet that out and make sure that we have a good list of what we can do and what we can't do based on the suggestions we received.
Thank you, Councilor Pelham.
I forget. I don't remember. Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions regarding the COVID allocations? All right, make sure you get your needs over to city manager for us to think about how to support people with this next wave, and in the event that Congress hasn't passed anything or the extension hasn't been granted. Without any other comments, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Dr. Griffin. Thank you, Mr. Altman and Mr. Dane, for your presentations.
You're welcome.
Yep, welcome. Thank you.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Parton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Any discussion? Whoops, sorry, there's no discussion for adjournment. Roll call, please.
There doesn't have to be a motion. Ms. Pelham extended the meeting until the end of the agenda.
You always catch that. Thank you. Everyone have a wonderful night. Be safe, mask up. Bye-bye.
Night.
Night.